Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. An important announcement. It could have been foreseen. It takes a bit time for us to gather. We've heard from Kiev that Mr. Kolesnik would have to participate in the conference at 10, so we need to revise our agenda. We're going to start our panel on energy at 10 or before 10, and at 11:30 there's going to be the presentation by our partner. So let's wait another 10 minutes before we start, and then we can move on with our panel. Then at 10 we will connect to Kiev. So we still need some time for informal discussions, but let me also mention in passing, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce.
ladies and gentlemen. First of all, welcome during the second day of the Baltic Business Forum, and let me tell you that we're trying to catch up for the delay, and we introduced a minor change into the agenda. First, we're going to have the energy debate and then the presentation of our panel. We need to start at 10 sharp because at 10 we'll have a call with Kiev with Minister Kolesnik, and he would not be able to participate in the entire panel because he was called to participate in the meeting of the Defense Council. Łukasz, over to you. My name is Łukasz Szamang. Last year I moderated the debate for the first time during the forum, and I'd like to invite panelists to the stage. Let me invite Grzegorz Onichimowski, the president of the board for the PSA, Piotr Szewczyk, president of board at APS Energia, Artur Nizioł, the Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce for Energy and Environmental Protection, Chairman of the Supervisory Board for UNISERV SA. Do we have Ireneusz Bil with us? Please join us. And Janusz Gajowiecki, the Polish Wind Energy Association, a good man from Szczecin. We both lobby for the industry. At 10, we're going to have a call with the Ukrainian minister. We're going to have Mykola Kolesnik, the Deputy Minister of Energy of Ukraine, and it will be interpreted simultaneously, so we'll use different languages. So my kind request to you is to get headsets, especially those who would like to listen to simultaneous interpretation. We are in a very difficult period. Welcome, Mr. Minister. Greetings from Świnoujście, Poland. I'm not sure whether you can hear us, Minister. Take
markets, and they rebalance each other between all neighbor countries. And when we as a government start to forecast so-called natural energy balance, we take into account the balance in all neighbor countries. Because in case if there will be any non-liquid situation, it will be rebalanced from neighbor country markets. This is the principle and the regulation of European Union. And we do understand that this regulation in practice will work efficiently in case if we will strategically have projects of mutual interest to increase intergovernmental interconnection capacity. In the end, I would like also to mention and underline that both countries have strong direction in development nuclear energy. Nuclear is now the era, let's say, the period of reincarnation, the civil nuclear energy as more stable, economically efficient energy sources. We stand behind the situation where a lot new producers and a lot independent producers provide their technology with specific needs of the market, like balancing capacity. The new units could balance the market need, and it helps, it really became a problem solver, specifically aiming green transition goals. It helps to achieve green transition goal in switching from coal to renewable or climate neutral technology. Ukraine and Poland aim to develop natural gas and in the same time then increase the balancing capacity in the electricity market based on these transition resources. That's why we highly gratitude to the Polish market traders, Polish market, state institutions and companies for mutual interest, mutual direction and joint strategy how to develop infrastructure, market frame to make our market and energy security more resilient and sustainable. That's message from Kiev. Thank you for attention, and if there are any question, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much for time spent. We understand that you have ample duties. Thank you very much for the call, unless there are some questions to the Minister. Mr. Minister, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Of course,
sir.
you can
Have a good
stay
conference.
with us if you wish, and we will proceed with our local discussion panel. Thank you.
Let me start, by way of exception, from business, the board of KKPS. What are your impressions after what the Minister from Ukraine said about cooperation between Polish and Ukrainian companies? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel. This is an honor for me to be here in Świnoujście again at a conference organized by the Chamber, the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. I am absolutely in favor of two postulates presented by the Minister. The first one was about updating the legislation. But I am under the umbrella of an authority of the PSL President sitting next to me, so I wouldn't like to founder. However, Poland is definitely going to face this process too. I was asked to talk about energy storages also not just about solving legislative problems in Ukraine. I'm also going to talk about the need to solve financial problems which will affect probably fixed prices that will affect consumer prices too. The second postulate mentioned by the minister, or not a postulate, he actually presented a fact which is related to infrastructure that needs to be developed in the future in relation to the energy mix. However, he mentioned the fact that we need to revitalize or actually repair the infrastructure after the bombardments and damages caused by Russian forces. Obviously, this was supposed to be the topic of our panel here. We can obviously propose to our Ukrainian colleagues certain solutions, but we will not propose them without a dialogue with our Ukrainian colleagues. Ukraine has excellent engineers, excellent specialists, and they know the best what they need. And we are having such a dialogue. I'm not used to talking about my company in such panels, so I won't talk much about this. However, our capacities are huge as a country. Polish energy system, the energy industry, has a huge capacity in producing various solutions. The minister has said about a more and more fluent cooperation as it comes to transportation of gas in both ways. He talked about the gas system. Here, Polish companies too are able to secure safe working of compressor stations that are responsible for ensuring fault-free transmission of gas. If we are to talk about electricity transmission both ways, or gas both ways, we could talk about energy storages. However, I would not like to give too much technical information during my first contribution in the panel. If you want me to say more about this, I will say that when I take the floor again. Yes, we will be talking about the reconstruction of the energy system as we are represented here, starting from the Baltic area, looking at the president here. He is involved in building wind power in offshore circumstances. Then we go to the needs that are met in the south of Poland. However, my question will go now to Dr. Janusz Bieler, the CEO of Energy Gate Europe. In Poland, are we already at a stage where there are governmental decisions required about how energy storage should look, or whether energy networks should be reconstructed? Good morning. I'd like to thank organizers for inviting me here. And now let me make a few references to what the minister said. Our company is an entity which is fully utilizing the opportunities presented by cooperation with Ukraine. We are both an importer and an exporter of gas to and from Ukraine. We actively use underground gas storages in that country, over 31 billion cubic meters. That's more than double the Polish consumption of gas. Ukraine already now, through what the minister said, through using surplus gas by European traders, is already part of the energy security network in Europe. I admire the minister's optimism because he was able to talk to us generally about European Union, about legislative changes in the circumstances of a dramatic situation in Ukraine. Over 80% of heating plants have been destroyed. 50% of hydropower plants have been destroyed in Ukraine. Energy consumption, electricity consumption went down to around 50% of pre-war consumption. The winter 2024-2025 ahead of us is probably going to be the hardest of the wartime winters because heating power plants as around 85% of them have been destroyed, cannot be rebuilt as easily as transformer stations, for example. In Kiev, one of the two hydropower plants, Tripilska, south of Kiev, was destroyed, and it provided a huge amount of electricity and heating. Electricity can be transmitted, but heating not. So Kiev is facing a harsh winter now, and they will not be receiving heat, even if the winter is harsh. Imagine what this means to inhabitants of the skyscrapers there and tower blocks. The piping will just be ruptured because of the ice. So they are facing a really hard winter, and such systems cannot be easily and quickly rebuilt. It's as if Siekierki were destroyed in Warsaw. If Siekierki was destroyed, it would take years to rebuild it. The questions of energy cooperation. The opening of a direct connection allowing for the export and import of electricity is a huge success, because this connection between Rzeszów and Chmielnicki power plant in Ukraine had been inactive for 30 years. In PSA plans in 2022, there were no plans to open this connection, but as the war broke out, this connection was rebuilt very quickly. Now this network is 400 kilovolt. It used to be larger, but now for environmental reasons it cannot be made higher. But electricity is flowing both ways. We are using it as a company. There are certain operational problems because there are no single or uniform procurements for capacities. We have to do this once on the Polish side and once on the Ukrainian side, but this can be done in bands, the whole days, and even in particular hours. Now the biggest obstacle in trading in gas from Ukraine is in the Polish legislation. Poland is treating still the Ukrainian gas as it is treating Russian gas. The Polish legislation from 2017 about diversification and a later act on gas storages equalizes all non-EU gas sources as one. So whether this is Belarusian, Russian or Ukrainian gas, they are all treated the same. So I think if we are to look for some easy opportunities on how to change things, we should start with legislative changes, but not on the Ukrainian side, but on the Polish side. And the last point, Ukraine has made a huge progress over the recent years within its association with the EU and in cooperating with the energy community. Energy community is the acceptance of acquis communautaire by EU members, EU neighbors. The level of implementation of acquis communautaire is assessed as quite good. And Ukraine is much faster at implementing acquis communautaire than Poland used to when it was entering the EU. Now the president of Polish Energy Networks. What is needed for this transmission to be even smoother? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me. I am warming up here in this hotel because in 2 weeks' time I'm going to be back in here with CEO Gajewski too when talking about offshore wind power. And during this panel, I will talk slightly about that energy when talking about energy bridges. Because today, when looking at power generation, we need to look at it from 4 perspectives. One of these planes is what the minister said when he presented a very market-oriented look at energy. Energy is just such a business as anyone else. with, of course, all the reservations concerning security of the system, security of the supplies. But first of all, the attitude needs to be based on business thinking. And there are three levels to the security of such operations: the local level, the national level, and the regional level. At the local level, we can see that Ukraine is a very good example of an energy system which is decentralized and which is more or less secure. Such a system is imposed by technology of today, and that is our future. So within the framework of this, we are supposed to be building small energy homelands which would create energy communities within which we can try to combine sectors: the transport sector, the electricity sector, and the heating sector, at least for the purpose of what we read in the papers recently, which is that we should not waste renewable energy when it's in surplus in relation to the energy system. The problems of the energy systems are not poor lines, that energy cannot be taken from RESs. The energy can be taken, it's just excessive towards what the national system needs. But energy is not in surplus towards the needs. We obtain energy in our households by burning fossil fuels while RESs are being wasted. So storage. When thinking about storage, we mean batteries, electricity storages, but energy can also be stored in products, in heat, in hydrogen, and other things. So we need to reach out and grab all those storage methods so that renewable energy sources system could work efficiently. The next level is the national level, which is of the least interest to me. I'd like to stress two things only. Poland faces two huge challenges currently. The first challenge is that a number of our older power plants or power generation blocks, coal blocks in particular, are now finishing their shelf life, and support for them will finish next year in 2025. So we are now in a situation of losing power potential within the system. Some part of that problem perhaps will be repaired because a derogation is being prepared in the EU to last until 2028. But those who are in the business know that 2028 is yesterday in terms of electricity production. 6 years is the shortest period for an investment to be performed in this business. So derogation lasting until 2028 is of not much help. We have to quickly build new capacities. And the third issue, or actually the second issue related to the national level, is a complete change of the geography of the energy system. So far, we have had power plants located where there were coal mines. Currently, the main system power of the future is offshore and nuclear energy production, all in the north of Poland. So we have to decentralize the system and rebuild the whole, or reconstruct the whole transmission system. All of these need huge financial outlays. In our plan for the expansion of the transmission system until 2032, we plan expenditures at around 34 billion zloty at the current value of the Polish zloty. Some of the investments might be shifted in time due to delays in implementation of particular stages of the building, for example, of the nuclear plants, but this does not change the facts. But the most important level is the regional level. The picture I presented about the local level and the national level of energy show one thing. the building of energy security at the level of a country in an autarkic way is, with today's systems, with the dominance of renewable energy production, is extremely difficult, not to say impossible. And this creates a huge challenge for the entire EU and for us as a region, including Ukraine, concerning how to build this energy security. I always say, if the EU has been unable to build throughout its whole history one single railway system to serve the whole EU, then how will we manage the building of regional energy security? We don't have much time for that, and I think this is a huge task that will be faced by the Polish presidency, which is coming. Mr. Tusk, when he was a prime minister before, talked about energy security in terms of gas. Now we are talking about energy security in terms of electricity, but both the things need to be paid attention to. Now take offshore energy in Poland, or to make it easier, the Danish energy, or offshore energy. The Danes in their farms built offshore will be able to produce 3 times as much electricity as Denmark will need as a country. But if they build it within a market system where the Danish government guarantees to the investors a certain price for energy sold, this will mean that Denmark will export subsidies through exporting electricity if the prices in the market are lower than the prices guaranteed to the investors. Such a problem will probably be faced in all countries, and that is one of the examples of how difficult it is to address that in relation to the regional policy, but we have to do that. As the cost of being autarkic is very high, and in Poland it is particularly high, because if, for example, if we prolong the working time of the old coal blocks so that we can add something to the system if there's no sun or there's no wind, then we will pay enormous costs of standing on your feet with your energy rifle at your side and doing nothing. So, in that case, we would need an alternative in the form of regional energy security. And this concerns the building of energy bridges, not just in terms of building transmission lines. This is already happening. The CEO here talked about our power line between Rzeszów and Chmielnicki power plant, but we need to think about more connections, which will be built, commercial ones, fixed current ones, lines between Baltic islands, lines between particular countries, but none of that will work if we don't have a system for building the market energy security system at the regional level. We need to talk about such solutions together with representatives of the Ukrainian market, because soon probably we will be in shortage of an ability to connect the Ukrainian energy system to the European system in order to ensure capacity hour to hour, day to day, which would allow us to use all the benefits from connected markets as we do this in Europe. And this will require integration between the Polish energy exchange and the Ukrainian energy exchange. There are initiatives now from what I know, to launch such exchanges. It doesn't matter how many such exchanges there will be, but such integration is required, which will ensure the market of today and the market of tomorrow, based on ongoing supplementation of any energy shortages. And then there's a question of our assistance for as long as the war is being waged. We will be as a state, giving support to our Ukrainian partner, but this is not very easy. Today, the needs for building new networks is very high, and there's a deficit of the materials everywhere we go, which is painfully learned by our partners when looking for such materials all over Europe, trying to supplement the losses they are incurring.
It's very important what you've just said, but let me refer to Janusz, the president of the Polish Wind Energy Association, and we can say that the offshore wind contributes to the development of new investment areas because investors invest in areas where green energy is available. And if we analyze reports well, some new industries will be developed within the coastal strip in Poland. The economic zone near Słupsk has already started sourcing investors, attracting them to that particular area. Of course, it's also a question of developing the grid. Perhaps this is going to be faster in the north of the country, so industry can be developed no longer only in the south of the country, but also in the north. Of course, we are going to encourage people to that. So far, I haven't heard that Poland should be divided into price zones to encourage investors to build closer to energy sources, but you can develop direct lines, and then you can be independent from the grid, and then we can have our own source of electricity. The energy sector in Poland does not do very well. Well, we were always taught to be independent and self-sufficient. And now, Artur Nizioł, a representative of the business associations. What does business need from the government to be able to develop and meet expectations? So we, Polish companies, in cooperation with other companies, to be the main contractors for such projects, energy projects included. Considering the current situation, I remember this anecdote about a Jew who went to synagogue every day and prayed for 1 million in lottery. And one day, the God said, "Itzek, give me a chance, buy a lottery ticket." And it's a similar situation right now. We talk a lot, we show big figures, we discuss, debate, but when it comes to reality, we are pressed to the wall. So for the past 30 years, after this system change and transformation, politicians, I must say, do their best to make our companies uncompetitive. Companies face excessive cost, and with the growth of wealth, the appetite for business risk dissipates, and we face shortages of labor. For instance, 30 years ago, if my company were to implement projects in any location, there was no problem with employees and trips there, and a trip abroad attracted a large number of people who stood in a line waiting to be sent to such a project. So now, before we submit our bid, we seriously consider whether we would have people to cover the demand. We all would like to participate in the recovery of Ukraine, but we don't have sufficient labor to do that. So when we discuss the development of the grid in Poland, involving billions of zlotys, the development of offshore wind and onshore wind, nuclear power units, and the funding from the Polish recovery plan that we need to utilize in a fairly short time. All these components create significant demand for labor. And the same applies to projects that will be implemented in Ukraine. I'm glad that I'm old enough that after some time I will not have to worry about it. We build good competences in renewable energy, distributed renewable energy production, and this is something we can promote abroad. We've been using a large pool of foreign labor that came to Poland and who support our economy. And once funding is designated to rebuild Ukraine, they will go there. And then we'll face even more severe shortage of labor in Poland. On top of that, we don't have a reasonable migration policy. We've had all those scandals, including the scandal of business visas. And this is the major problem. Qualified labor that can work on projects in Poland and in Ukraine. Let me come back to the president of the Polish transmission lines. You've mentioned that the distributed generation developed in the past several years, but there's no connection capacity. Do we have the chance to stabilize the market in Poland and include more farms and new investment? I've been trying to dismantle several myths. It's true that the grid in Poland is underdeveloped. It is not prepared for the transition, especially lower voltage grid. But until we find flexibility in the system, unless we are able to combine renewables with heat, transport, and industry, until we can do it efficiently using efficient market solutions, we would not have a problem to connect such sources, but the problem of viability of such projects. For instance, I have 2 hectares of land, another person has cash, we can buy panels, inverters, and we can develop a PV farm, is not a realistic, viable business project. And I'm curious that there are people on the market that are able to pay for such a project which is based only on conditions to connect and a land-lease contract. Such a business does not make much sense. Renewable sources without storages, without guaranteed sales, and possibility to cooperate directly with businesses, refrigerated storage, or any other facility would not be possible until we find efficient solutions to utilize energy. This is the situation that we face today. So perhaps not today, but in a couple of weeks, we will have new balancing conditions. We're going to have a reform of the balancing market, and more frequently, during the peak hours of sun irradiation, prices might be negative. This has already happened 3 weeks ago. For 7 hours, we had negative prices of energy at the exchange. So if people want to build PV farms and believe that this project could generate profits in the future, is no longer valid. I seriously admire renewable transition, or the transition towards renewable. No one needs to convince me about that, but we need to do it in a responsible manner, and we need to look for the answer to these questions on the demand side. Energy storages can be a solution. We open a fast track for connection of storages. But it's not only a question of connections, but also business cases, because you need to develop new sources to monetize their investment. Otherwise, hourly differences in prices will not be sufficient reason for such a business case. Of course, we need to follow the situation on the market. And perhaps one more comment, because there is one more threat. But in this group, it's reasonable to mention that. The geopolitical situation and the Russian aggression is possible because China supports Russia, and they hold 90% control of the 90% of green energy production equipment. For instance, inverters. And if we do not do anything to counteract that, this might be a business of very high risk. And the actual party who can control inverters and storages. Of course, it's a question of investment security, especially in wind energy. It is an important topic. What is the view of members of the Polish Wind Energy Association, and what do they do to ensure security? We're discussing offshore wind, possibility of an explosion caused by an unmanned submersible vehicle, and Nord Stream 2 is a good example of what might have happened. What is your view? What is your take on that? Thank you very much for the question. I'd like to thank organizers for inviting me to this forum. As a representative of the wind sector, we feel significant responsibility regarding energy security. We know that from the point of view of the Polish energy transition, we will play a tremendous role because as a technology, we fit very well into the possibility of developing such sources, not only offshore, but also onshore, where the generation potential is comparable. And if you were to use the potential, both offshore and onshore, in full, we would exceed the demand of our country. And just as Denmark, we could benefit and earn a lot in the future. But after the outbreak of the war, wind is the energy of freedom. And this technology can be very resilient. A good example is Ukraine. We significantly admire our colleagues in Ukraine who, despite war, they continued the implementation of wind farms there. And it was really astonishing that in a country like Poland, regulations prevent such investment, and in Ukraine, our colleagues have been implementing such projects operating from shelters. It's something scandalous. If we analyze negligence in our country, that hopefully will be revealed in our country. If it is not possible to develop wind farms, it was caused by significant pressure by Russia that wanted to prevent the development of this technology that could be the main source of generation in our country. This is supported by all energy mix analyses. The price of electricity will be decisive, and with the development of the technology and other factors that you have mentioned, we will have to develop energy storages, we'll have to develop the grid, and we'll have to ensure flexibility. And this can be possible once we have a major saturation with renewables. This is nothing new. This has been already observed in the west of Europe, and this and the fluctuating generation forced certain solutions and flexibility of the grid. We seem to be stuck with the development of our grid. We added PV installations. I don't know what was the underlying reason for that. And not much has been done in order to manage this generation. So now in Poland we have a very complex situation. This also applies to Ukraine. If someone knows the operation of the market, it's easy to connect the dots. So this has not happened by itself, and this will have further consequences in the future. In Ukraine itself, last year, 3 new onshore wind farms were developed, quite sizable wind farms. On top of that, we've heard that another 400 megawatt farm would be implemented. I know that there are discussions with Danes to build new onshore wind farms. It's good news for the entire industry, wind industry in Europe, that governments of various countries would like to support such investment through their export support agencies. This might be a good example for many countries to be involved in the restoring of the generation capacity in Ukraine. We are able to build wind farms quite fast, as opposed to the rebuilding of traditional energy generation units. There is also a question of permits, but there are many permits for onshore wind farms. This capacity is available at substations in the grid. The conditions are there, so the only missing component is financing and insurance against risks. And hopefully our Polish companies, just as my colleague panelist has said, this would make it possible for Polish companies to be part of this investment process. Wind farms built in Ukraine last year were developed by Danish companies having their headquarters in Poland, and they were built by Ukrainian workers. So this shows how companies approach various risks, sending their employees abroad, and our government will have its role to play if we wanted to utilize this supply chain. And we do have a well-developed supply chain in our country because we've been supporting not only Baltic states, but also Romania, Bulgaria, also Germany when it comes to such projects. We do have such potential. The question is whether we are able to harness risks. We've been following this industry for quite some time, and we hope that Poland will have a say in this area as well.
The moderator asked me also about security. Indeed, the question of large-scale investments that we are implementing with the investors on the Baltic Sea is the matter of critical infrastructure, and here military aspects enter the issue, as well as various strict and stringent conditions for the implementation of these investments. It's not just about defending the huge producers of over 1,000 megawatts is a challenge, but also from the perspective of the military issues, it stands as a huge opportunity for Baltic basin states who implement large-scale infrastructural installations on the Baltic Sea, because they increase the opportunities for monitoring the sea from the air and from the bottom of the sea. This opens up larger opportunities and provides much more security for the Baltic Sea. So we can see a lot of positive advantages in terms of defensive questions related to the building of offshore wind farms. Now, with regard to the land, a lot has already been said. As a country, there's a lot for us to catch up with as it comes to cogeneration, but we also have neglected a lot as it comes to flexibility and implementing investments where they will be noticeable from the perspective of the recipient's map. So a systemic change and changes, a systemic approach and changes will be necessary. We need to think about where energy and what energy will be used. The old schemes have run out. We need new approaches. As the PSA CEOs has said, that a lot of experts from various areas of the market, not just energy, will help produce solutions between the government and stakeholders in the market so that we can build a dispersed system of energy provision. Now, a question about employees will be asked soon, but first a comment. What you are talking about, gentlemen, seems to be similar to what we used to talk about banking. Our banking was suffering from negligence. Now our banking system is one of the best and most modern in Europe, if not globally. Our wire transfers are much faster than those in Germany, for example. Dr. Ireneusz Bill wanted to take the floor. Please go ahead. I just wanted to add that we are talking about electricity all the time here, but renewable energy sources are others also. Biogas. We know that Ukraine is a huge agricultural market, and where you have agriculture, there's a huge potential for the development of biomethane. Ukraine is already implementing huge investments like this. So what we can advise to them is that they started right away through EU procedures for methane certificates compliance so that they can sell to the EU. And the EU can use the huge resources that can be found in Ukraine. From what I know, the plans for the reconstruction of the damaged CHP plants or heat and power plants are long-term ones. Detek, the one we talked about, lost over 80% of its assets. Some attempts will be taken, but Ukrainians want to look for security, energy security, through the building of a dispersed network with small CHP plants of around 50 megawatts, apart from those that have been functioning so far. As you mentioned, the banking, yes, we were able to jump over a certain backlash that we had, a certain lag that we had. The same thing may happen to energy, with energy sources being built closer to consumers, smaller scale ones, but faster to build and then therefore more secure. I agree with this, what you said. But my question now, as you mentioned gas, is as follows. Is Poland, from your perspective, a country which is prepared to have 100% of energy from renewable energy sources, or are we supposed to be based on gas too? I think that all of us here in this panel will say the same thing. We are not able to fully base ourselves on renewable energy sources. No country is able to do that. This is a process for years. The challenge is that we should balance energy mix. What is interesting, Ukraine used to be more balanced with regards to energy mix. They had around 20% from nuclear power plants, around 30 from gas, and around 37 from coal. The rest came from renewable energy sources. So Ukraine was actually a model of how balanced you can be. In Poland, hopefully, this direction is irreversible, and we will have more and more RESs. Energy surplus can be used for the production of hydrogen, for example. That's been mentioned here before. This is a concept promoted by the EU Commission, by the development institutions and centers. This might be an answer to what to do with surplus energy generated from renewable energy sources. Poland will, of course, be facing a huge power deficit, as President Onihimowski said, until 2030, but perhaps we will have some help from Ukraine, which, as we assume, will stabilize and will produce energy surplus too. Let us remember that the energy power lines that we are talking about, we want current to flow from Ukraine to Poland. Now it's because of the war that in the Ukrainian market it is flowing in the other direction. But remember that the interconnectors have a limited capacity. It's estimated that when nuclear power blocks in Ukraine will be serviced, they deliver around 50% of electricity. They will have to be serviced. So if a need for electricity will increase because the heat generated by CHP plants will have to be replaced by electricity. They will need to import energy. And the EU can only send a maximum of around 1,700 megawatts or 1.7 gigawatts. That's what we can give to Ukraine so that we keep power for our own purposes too. Now, Ukrenergia estimates that they will have a deficit of around 3 gigawatts. So we now see that blackouts are already happening in Kharkiv Oblast, in Kryvyi Rog, and their deficits will be even more painful in wintertime. Now, talking about energy bridges, we need to remember that there are also more traditional opportunities. We know that the only mine that provides huge income profits is Bogdanka. It produces not only energy coal, but also coking coal as one of the 3 places in the EU. And the EU Commission has found that this coal is a critical resource of the EU. So we will be able to mine for it and use it, even if all other coal mines have been closed. But we have to remember that the Polish, Lubelskie area, coal mining area, is a part of a much bigger one that is also found in Ukraine. Now Ukraine has lost 90% of its black coal. It did not mine for it before. Now they are looking for investors in Poland so that they can continue mining for that coal. In the ironworks in Europe will not work without the coking coal, and such coking coal is found in Poland and in Ukraine, and that's the context that we should develop as it comes to the energy bridges. Now, sir, you mentioned that Ukraine is one of the recipients of your products. What does business expect from the government? Prime Minister Pawlak is not with us anymore, unfortunately, but he asked us to send him an email with a thesis drawn from this panel. So what does the Polish business expect so that they can do business in Ukraine, sell energy sector products, the ones that you trade in? There are a lot of conditions that we expect to be met. For example, the queues in front of border crossings. But I think that there are not large obstacles to trade between Poland and Ukraine. Hopefully, we are selling 30 to 40 times more now than we used to before the war to Ukraine. Because of strategic purposes, I cannot tell you which objects these are, but I do not, frankly speaking, see any obstacles that would make it impossible for us to fluently send devices, launch devices. We have trained Ukrainian specialists in commissioning such devices and equipment, so I do not envisage any specific large obstacles. So what could be an incentive, something that would boost such trade? The situation is so beneficial that it would be difficult to open the door even more than it is open now. However, I would like to make a reference to one thing. Each of you has mentioned energy storages. I have a romantic period in my life because before I became a businessman, I used to be a lecturer at a university. I wanted my students to draw certain knowledge from my meetings with my students, and I'll do the same here. Everybody is talking about energy storages, but those who are not into energy production or technology, they don't know what an energy storage is. So a simple example from our lives. We have a small energy storage, like an LED torch with an inverter, with a rectifier and a charger, a USB charger. When the battery goes flat, we restore it back to life. Energy storage works the same, but inside they have a two-directional inverter, which, if needed, adds energy to the grid, and if the battery needs to be recharged, the energy flows into the storage. Three power areas can be discussed here. The CEO here said that the state of the Polish energy system is that he advises everybody to build their own energy storage. That's the first thing, using devices from Far East. Polish manufacturers don't stand a chance against the Far Eastern ones because of the prices of batteries. Dozens of ampere hours, that's the capacity, and they can be used for consumer purposes. Then we have transmission warehouses of around 1 megawatt hour used at gas filling stations, which have connections of around 200, 300 kilowatts. Now, when a Tesla comes to charge its battery, they use the power of 160 kilowatts. So they cannot serve a second electric car. What to do? It would be advisable to set up a number of energy storages there that will allow for serving a number of car charges, which will be charged at a higher capacities and in times when there's a less need in the market, in the grid. And the third one is storages at emergency services stations in hospitals. They are already there for blackout purposes. A separate type of energy storages are systemic large-scale storages from 50 megawatt hours upwards. They are extremely expensive, and I believe this is one of the barriers that we will be facing. We are all talking about the need for using energy storages, but in the Polish reality, a megawatt hour in storage costs around 800,000 euros, whereas specialists from distribution companies expect such an energy storage to cost 250,000 euros per 1 megawatt hour. Therefore, there's a dramatic gap between the business and the market expectations. We could go the brutal way and buy such devices from China, but we enter here issues of energy security. And here, large-scale storage built in Mazowiecki area costs around 4 billion zloty, which is unimaginable money. I believe then that in European circumstances, of what we already have examples, we can build large-scale storages which are competitive against Chinese and other Far Eastern solutions. As photovoltaics, the Chinese have dominated the market. Here I agree with you, with my predecessor. I want to advertise the company, but one that sells mobile phones, provides massively inverters to photovoltaics in Poland. But we have examples of European or American companies which operate perfectly in the production of two-directional inverters, and they create inverter skids. There are two such companies like that that we cooperate with. We have received a grant for developing two-directional inverters, but at the same time we will be developing skids, inverter skids for large-scale energy storage of unlimited capacities. The problem, however, remains in the form of the battery, which is the heart of the system. And this is the biggest problem, because in Europe we don't have large manufacturers. Northport, for example, known in the Pomerania regions of Poland, is a company that recycles batteries from the e-mobility market for the purposes of energy storages. However, such batteries are dramatically more expensive than Chinese batteries. And here, indeed, we are encountering a huge problem. However, I am optimistic because new technologies are being developed. We are talking about batteries. Lithium-ion batteries are used commonly in life in various tools, such as revolving tools or electric bikes. Lithium-ion batteries are used in those. Now, studies are finishing in developing sodium-ion batteries, which will be considerably cheaper, as announced by the potential manufacturers. So I'm counting on having soon the ability to produce a megawatt hour in Poland for 300 or 350,000 euros in terms of the battery. The calculations then perhaps will start to work, and the technological need will be satisfied. and the economic need will be satisfied. If they are not satisfied, then taking into account the need to use RESs, we'll have to pay more for 1 megawatt hour. Thank you, sir, for your contribution. We are a bit pressed for time. Let me just add one sentence, okay? Regardless of nuclear power plants, of which I am a great supporter, and we know how the construction process looks, it's usually delayed by 5 to 10 years. So if you say that you'll have a nuclear plant in 1 year's time, then you need to assume that it'll actually become operational much later. We deliver solutions to nuclear plants. Sometimes they wait in warehouses for 5 years before they are used because of the delays. Now, taking into account what happens, like something that happened in Gniezno yesterday connected with the flooding, we will have to make some changes. And I believe that thermonuclear synthesis is developed. It is used chaotically in a hydrogen bomb, but I hope that we will be able to use them, such solutions in civil implications.
So a lot of solutions developed during the war contributed to technological advancement. A brief summary. Let me start with Arthur now. There's one more topic that we have not discussed. There are state treasure companies, lame companies, because the owner does not have trust to the board. They adopt legislation restricting their activity, and we keep paying higher rates for fuels, gas, electricity to build those national champions. And what I find missing is the role of these companies in the process, because the large holdings should be in the forefront, should invest, engage in building new power plants, heating plants, and companies, and we should go with them hand in hand. And this is what I find missing. So these congresses and discussions do not involve such companies, because seemingly we paid a lot to have such companies capable of investing and changing our economy. In this very process, their role can be very valuable, especially that the owner of such companies decides about the rules. So it's high time these companies proved to be efficient also in this area. I'm not sure whether I understood well. Minister Kowal stated that there is a committee consisting of one person. So for the past several months, we have a body responsible with the entire process, and this body consists of a single person. It's easy, of course, you can have quorum with only one person present. Thank you very much. Let me refer to what I've already mentioned, and let me underscore the role of business and security. These are not contradictory areas. We should develop those at the regional level. This is something we will see in Europe sooner or later, and the participation of Ukraine can be of benefit for the entire system. Of course, there are a number of dilemmas, just as President Gajowiecki mentioned in the context of wind energy. I believe that there's much space for onshore and offshore wind in Poland because this is energy generated when we use this energy in large volumes, namely in winter. So there is much compliance between supply and demand regarding this technology. Of course, we are all waiting for those technological breakthroughs. We believe that energy storage can take place in various ways, not only batteries, and the flexibility on the demand side is crucial. Let me tell you an anecdote from the life of the transmission system operator. Several minutes before the physical supply, when we see a significant surplus of renewable generation, before we switch sources off, we are obligated to try and export that energy. And the Ukrainian minister mentioned that sometimes the Ukrainian side help us and they can use the surplus of renewable electricity. Sometimes we can sell this energy 5 zloty per 1 megawatt hour and sometimes minus 5 euros. But we cannot sell it in Poland for 5 zlotys. And let me leave you with this particular thought. Trying to wrap up what you've just said, perhaps we should come back to working in factories on Saturdays and Sundays. This could make our life easier. So for those who would like to work on Saturdays and Sundays would be a good solution for those who are busy during weekdays. Another person, please. 1 minute, please. I've already wrapped up my part, but before we harness thermonuclear fusion, perhaps we can develop large-scale fuel cells with titanium membranes, because otherwise we won't be able to use hydrogen. And Canada, for instance, has been a leader in this area for a number of years. They developed fuel cells of 80 kilowatts for parallel operation for heavy locomotives used in cargo trains. And these fuel cells are already used in Europe in, for instance, a PESA project. So it's a tremendous success, and I hope that this project is scalable. Without such a fuel cell, we will not be able to use hydrogen. Of course, there is this issue of efficiency of processes, but definitely hydrogen can be used. Let me wrap up my part in this way. On the 14th of December 2023 in Brussels, we started accession negotiations between Ukraine and the EU. We know that the EU has changed Poland. Recently, we celebrated our 20th anniversary of the membership, and hopefully the EU will be able to change Ukraine in the area of the energy industry as well. We will try to utilize that regarding particular energy carriers, but also in the area of investment. As regards cooperation, the potential is really huge. Just as Mr. Nizio has said, we need to do our homework, and the potential of Polish state treasury companies is supported or has been supported by the Polish legislator. And Polish private companies, including our company, struggles against that on an everyday basis. We struggle against laws that favor fossilized state treasury companies. If we'd like to create a single market, single market of the entire European Union, integrating Ukraine, we need to lift barriers and create the true single market in Europe. Janusz. Well, definitely I can support the call for the cooperation between Poland and Ukraine as regards energy, renewable energy in particular. We have a very good track record already, and the building of wind farms in Ukraine and Poland by the two countries already showed the possibility of such cooperation. We should do our best to encourage the Polish government to take active part and to support Polish companies in the process of the rebuilding of the energy sector in Ukraine. There are a large number of companies in Poland. They should enjoy support, including financial support, to be able to be part of construction of safe Ukraine. In the Embassy of Canada, there are 800 startups in the renewable energy sector. In Hamburg, there are 80 startups dealing with the hydrogen technology. So perhaps we should do the same and support technologies that can be used in Poland. And in the past years, there were various meetings at universities. We do have interesting researchers who develop interesting things, but they are afraid to go out with their solutions. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Very soon we'll have this call thing. I'd like to thank for the optimistic note of your pronouncements. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just reiterate that all our sessions are broadcast. I'd like to thank Minister Mykola Kolesnik for joining us. We'd like to greet his team in the Ministry of Energy in Ukraine, who followed the proceeding of our conference with much interest. Warm greetings to our colleagues in Kiev from the Ministry of Energy. And now we are moving on with the presentation of our main partners, OT Logistics and OT Port Świnoujście. Let me give the floor to President Karol Bowrzyk. We will stay here without a break because at 12 we'll have a call with Rafał Brzoska. So first there will be Kamil Jedynak, the CEO of the company. Great. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. During the second day of the forum, today's morning and the current situation ideally show what we struggle with: changes and unpredictability. And we, as a flexible operator, we need to adapt to those changes. Those who wanted to avoid our presentation, bad news. You won't be able to do that. Well, certain things must happen. Very briefly about our group, and then my colleague from the port will tell you more about the port of Świnoujście and our operations there. We do not want to bore you, we just want to share some information about our group, who we are and what we've been doing. We are a unique company in logistics. We are a universal logistics operator based on port assets. We are not only a port operator, we use port assets and we add the entire logistics chain to that, and we use all the components of the chain to deliver comprehensive solutions to our product, to our clients. Our company enjoys a long history. It was established in 1940s. It started with inland navigation company, Odra Trans. That's why we have this acronym OT Logistics in our name. Some financial figures. Our parent company, OT Logistics, is listed. We've been listed since 2013 on the Warsaw Stock Exchange. For several past years, we have faced a difficult situation. We went through our internal restructuring, which last year was concluded with much success. We were supported by the market, and we had record figures last year. You can see that our shares increased by 133% in 2023, nearly 670 million zlotys of capitalization. So I'd like to advise investors to become interested in our shares. We paid more than 50 million zlotys of dividend, and in 2023 nearly in excess of 70 million zlotys. Some major facts: we focus on 2 port terminals situated in Świnoujście and Gdynia. On top of that, we have a number of other companies in the group providing auxiliary services to be able to offer the full logistics chain for our customers. We employ more than 600 people in the company. In our ports, we handled more than 7 million tons of cargo. In our group, apart from the 2 ports, OT Port Świnoujście and OT Port Gdynia, we have the Baltic Rail Company providing rail transportation, and Retrans Cargo dealing with all additional logistics and forwarding services. And as a group, we can offer, apart from port cargo handling and port services, we can offer the full logistics chain from chartering ships, sea transport through ports, all additional services, road transport, rail transport, and door-to-door delivery. And thanks to our experience and our companies that we have in the group, we can offer a one-stop shop to our customers. Thanks to those auxiliary services and companies and experience that we have, we can provide our services to some major industries and streams of products, mainly products for steel mills and the energy sector, construction materials, agro products, more than 2 million tons of agri products that we've been handling. And from next year on, we are going to increase our cargo handling capacity. We are going to start a new project in Świnoujście, and the potential of our 2 ports will increase up to 5 million tons per year in the 2 ports regarding agri products. We also can handle containerized goods and ro-ro goods, for instance, in Gdynia. A brief summary. We focus on 4 segments: ports, forwarding, rail transportation, and historically we still maintain this hydrotechnical department providing auxiliary services regarding hydrotechnical projects. Everything related to inland waterway shipping. Let me give the floor to my colleagues from the port, and I'd like to introduce the CEO of our port operation, 1 slide about the port in Gdynia, and a little bit more about the local operation in Świnoujście. Mr. Majewski. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're in Świnoujście, so we'll tell you more about Świnoujście and the Świnoujście port during our presentation. I will try to do the impossible, and in a couple of minutes I'll try to describe the OT terminal in Gdynia and Świnoujście. We are a universal port, the only of that type in Gdynia, and we can handle, apart from bulk cargo, agri-cargo, we handle all sorts of break bulk, specialist cargo, project cargo, and oversized cargo, and RoRo. As regards parameters, we operate 6 quays, the deepest one 14.5 meters, so it's possible for us to handle all large vessels, including Panamax. And this is what we can provide in the port of Gdynia. Since we are a universal company, we have a wide range of cargo handling equipment. We have 7.5 hectares of sheltered storage. The majority of that are universal storages capable of receiving break bulk and agri bulk products. We also can handle hazardous cargo. We have special yards designated for such cargo. Last year alone, nearly 4 million tons of cargo, 3.7 million tons of cargo handled. Thank you very much, Jurek. Welcome. I'm very glad to have this opportunity to tell you more about our port and what we've been doing in Świnoujście. As regards our terminal, OT Port Świnoujście, and our terminal is located at the mouth of the Świna River. We operate 35 hectares of land. In 2023, we managed to sign a lease contract with the Szczecin-Świnoujście Seaports Authority for a period of 30 years, so the security of our business in this area is really strong. As regards the range of services provided, based on the experience of our colleagues from Gdynia, in the future we'd like to develop as a universal company. At the moment we handle bulk cargo, such as coking coal, energy coal, aggregate, and we export coke, and we import iron ore. Some distinguishing factors regarding our terminal developed in the past years of our activity. We developed 2 storages for grain, one 100,000 ton, 85,000 ton, and the other 15,000 tons, together 100,000 tons of the storage capacity. We can handle 8 million tons of cargo a year. The total length of quays, 1.7 thousand meters. Draft for ships handled, 13 meters. And we have 35 hectares of land. We still have a land reserve dedicated for future investment in superstructure. Let me briefly describe specific cargo types handled, such as break bulk, bulk, and we're able to handle containers as well. Our operational activity takes place at 3 quays. The first quay, the Miners Quay, 440 meters of the berthing facility. We can receive vessels of 270 meters with breadth of 45 meters and draft of 13.5 meters. They can deliver 100,000 tons of cargo each. And we have 11 hectares of storage yards adjacent to the quay with a single storage capacity of 1 million tons. We offer cargo handling rates at very good level, 20,000 tons per day. And the quay is operated by 2 Liebherr cranes. Another quay is the Hutników, or the steel mill workers quay. It can handle ships of 270 meters in length and the draft of more than 13 meters. 500,000 tons is the storage capacity of the yard adjacent to the quay. The quay is fitted with 3 stationary cargo handling devices, gantry cranes, with the capacity of up to 68 tons. The third quay, the Chemików quay, or chemical quay, we can handle ships of 155 meters and the draft of 13.2 meters. 11 hectares of storage facilities, where we have the 2 already mentioned grain storage facilities of the total capacity 100,000 tons. The quay is fitted with 2 gantry cranes of 20 tons handling capacity each. And let me brag a little bit regarding the developments in the past 2 years while implementing our strategy within the group. We modernized all our quays. We started the process of adjusting the quay to make our port operation universal in terms of cargo handling. We modernized storage yards. We purchased new Liebherr cranes of 122 tons capacity, and we started the process of adjusting the storage facilities to handle other types of cargo. We eliminated antiquated conveyor belts and we developed new universal storage yards, so we are able to provide a multifaceted operation there. The Hutników quay also was covered by our investment at a larger scale. We hardened storage yards up to 10 tons per square meter. We modernized equipment. We installed the gantry crane Q40, and we shifted 2 large cranes to the second line, and this makes the process of relocating cargo more efficiently. We also started the Cobra project. We called it Cobra because the technical, the arrangement of conveyor belts is similar to a snake, and it will connect the quay with storage yards and the system of loading cargo on railway cars. We completed the first stage of the project. We connected the first storage yard with further yards. And now the chemical quay. We are proud of implementing another stage of the development of Agriport at our terminal, and we started the process in November 2023. We developed 2 silos and connected them with conveyor belts, and we connected them with the quay, and we purchased a highly efficient ship loader to have the minimum rate of 20,000 tons per day and reach the target handling capacity of 2 million tons, and the possibility to handle Panamax ships. We invested 30 million zlotys. Panamax, just for your information, you can load up to 65,000 tons of grain. So 3.5 days and we can fully load such a ship. In this slide you can see what we've done in the past 2 years regarding the modernization. We implemented these projects together with the Szczecin-Świnoujście Seaport Authority, and we modernized the infrastructure available there. And now briefly about our agri-terminal. The initial visualization of the second stage, we are now in the process of connecting storage facilities with a conveyor belt. And at the third stage, we plan to develop a new storage facility and connect the storage facility with an additional chute developed in the second loading line. This is the equipment that we've already ordered, 1.2 thousand tons per hour, 16 meters from the water level to the top, so all Panamax vessels can be handled there. We also take care of the environment. We need to be very cautious considering people living in the vicinity, and we try to reduce dusting, and we purchase a special head that will reduce dust generation during reloading. We had a slight issue when it comes to the location of the conveyor belt and the technological line in relation to the lighthouse. The initial proposal was not accepted by the Historical Monument Conservation Services because it obstructed the view of the lighthouse, and our engineers looked for a solution, and they found a modern solution that will be implemented at our terminal. We're not going to build an overpass, but a modern conveyor system with an additional protective layer. We do still have 13 hectares of land as a reserve land that we are going to use depending on the situation on the market. One of the concepts that we consider while observing what's going on when it comes to the development of the deep sea container terminal, we plan to develop the formation and deformation of containers. We have a very well developed railway siding, and a railway connection with the future container terminal will enable us to provide additional services for containerized cargo. It'll be possible to create a depot and build storages for cargo that will be later containerized. Another concept, still virtual, but it is also possible to develop oil facility and processing, for instance, soy. In the past 2 years, we have invested much in replacing machines and equipment. Right now, 80% of our machines and equipment were replaced. We bought new loaders, excavators, new equipment for sorting of coal, and we made a big shift regarding the working environment. That will be all on my part, and to conclude this part, let me show you a short video showing what we've done at our terminal and the vision that we have.
the length of the quay. Thank you for your attention so far. Of course, we encourage you to contact us. Logistics chains take years to build, so if we are to build something together, this is the time to start. As I mentioned before, we encourage you to go on a tour visiting the port today at 5. That will be combined with a race, with a cruise, and a small catering. Yes, you are invited to participate. There are still some places available, although the number of available places is limited. The CEO did not want to agree to our proposal that we should link up some pontoons to the cruise ship. So the number of spaces is limited, but there are still some available. We are soon going to connect online with Rafał Brzuska. I'll tell you a story. Back in February, Rafał promised that he would participate in our Baltic Business Forum, but 2 weeks ago, during the European Economic Congress, he informed me that he had been invited to participate in a certain global group of juros in a certain undertaking. He was the first Pole to have been invited to such a place. But he said that when he gives someone a word, this is the most important thing. That's why. He will be here because he said he would be. However, he will be here online. To the detriment of other places, because he represents us, Poland, all over the world. Also representing the interest of Ukraine. I and Dariusz Szymczyk decided that we should have a debtor in the person of Rafał Brzoska, then a slave who would come here because he negligently gave us a word back in February. That's why Rafał decided to commit himself to other undertakings of ours, like in post, for example, becoming a member of our chamber. And he promised he would be here in person in the next edition of Baltic Business Forum. So he allowed him to do that the way he chose. Today at 12 o'clock he will connect with us online in order to present his initiative and the status of affairs. One of the richest Poles declared to give 100 million euros to the fund for the recovery of Ukraine, his own 100 million zloty. He talks to people, to the richest, most powerful people all over the world, looking for ways to support the recovery of Ukraine. He will tell us about that soon himself. He is also at your disposal. So if you have any questions to him, go ahead. He's there for you. If the technology allows us to do that, I will be asking you to address your questions directly to Rafał Brzoska. We have 6 minutes to go before he connects with us. I don't take the liberty of filling these 6 minutes with my contribution. You can stay in the room, you can go outside to the hall, but remember that at 12 o'clock on the clock we will be connecting with Rafał Brzoska. Thank you.
Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the Baltic Business Forum, to brag a little, thanks to the atmosphere that we can create here, almost familiar one, but certainly a friendly one, is full of also funny events. Oh, Rafał, welcome. Rafał Brzoska, I don't need to introduce him. He's a great friend to Ukraine. Since the beginning of the aggression, very committed to helping Ukraine. Among us, the participants of the forum, there are also friends, businessmen from Poland, but also friends from Ukraine. There's a huge group of representatives of the local government, headed by Marina, who's waving to you from the Kharkiv Oblast. Kharkiv is currently especially affected by the Russian aggression. Thank you very much for joining with us, even if it is online. I frankly speaking told the audience here how we exchanged views and what your stance is, that you absolutely stick to your word given. Thank you for keeping your word in this form. And the ball is still in the game. I told the audience that they have a chance to ask questions to you after you finish your presentation. Now the floor is yours, Rafał. Thank you for giving me the floor. I am sorry I cannot be here with you in person, but as all of you may have questions and want to ask them to me, I will just speak for 11, 12 minutes by way of introduction. I have prepared a short presentation, one that will put this discussion within certain frameworks. These frameworks are geopolitics, unfortunately, and what is happening today. And in order to reach certain positive conclusions about how we, as the Polish business, can help, not only in recovering Ukraine, but in helping Ukraine win over Russia, this context is extremely important because it also shows the dynamics that we are dealing with. So if you can play the presentation, please. Now, shortly, my dear friends, the world is now facing geopolitical and economic changes. These international tensions are ones that we have been seeing for over 10 years. The COVID pandemic, the climate crisis, and finally this horrible aggression that is affecting our Ukrainian friends. If we now look at the additional context related to a gigantic development of technology, the AI boom, and the deglobalization tendencies, this shows that we are now dealing with uneasy times, despite the fact that our generation was able to avoid a global large-scale conflict, and we are living in the longest period of peace. However, this is actually a delusion, because we are living in a time of war, not only a war that is being waged across the Polish and Ukrainian border, but a war in cyberspace. In the next slide, I just state that the cyber war is already on. Why do I claim this so bravely? Because Americans are being attacked by Russians and the Chinese every day. The public institutions, which you might think are completely unrelated to the defense industry, the critical industry, 70% of attacks against American companies come from Russia. We are talking about ransomware attacks which cost over $1 billion last year in ransom that had to be paid by those companies. The security systems in companies supplying water and electricity are actually being targeted every day. And if we look at this also through the prism of the development of AI, how AI is beginning to help criminals in creating fake news and fake identities, I think we will soon be witnessing a completely derailed democratic and electoral system. Elections will be non-credible soon because of that. We are talking about risks to democracies, especially among highly developed economies, which are of crucial importance to Ukraine and Ukraine's future. In the next slide, I can see another element. The war in Ukraine is often called a war for resources or raw materials, such as rare elements or minerals for Russia. This is important. Today we see how access to rare elements defines dynamics in foreign markets in production of batteries, for example, where the Chinese economically seized, purchased or took over key resources of rare elements which are used for the production of batteries for e-cars. That's why Chinese e-cars are so competitive today. And the war between the US and China will be growing. We have bottlenecks in the production of microprocessors, bottlenecks in the production of memory systems. Today, over 40% of the global production of microprocessors is Taiwan, and over 11% as it comes to the production of memory systems. The US is investing in making sure that 1/3 of global production is located within the US. Today, the US accounts for 2% of the production of semiconductors. If we juxtapose this against rare elements and add how huge help China is giving to Russia in supporting Russia's war in Ukraine, then we see that geopolitics and the fact that the United States wants very much to squeeze Chinese dominance in the production of semiconductors, for example, products and semi-products of crucial importance, then we understand how and why the US stands on the side of Ukraine. Nobody can afford Ukraine losing the war, also in economic terms. In the next slide, there's another important element, energy. The cost of energy will be of key importance to the development of our civilization in the Western world. Today, Amazon is buying a gigantic data center and locating it directly in a nuclear plant, and Bill Gates' company is building a nuclear power plant willing to supply itself with cheap energy. Without cheap energy, there won't be cloud data, and there won't be any possibility for the primacy of America in state-of-the-art technologies to be maintained. In our case, we are dealing with disastrous negligence with regards to the Polish setup. On the other side, Russia is attacking the critical and energy infrastructure of Ukraine. Both our countries can become complete outsiders as it comes to costs of energy. Today, energy costs in Poland are twice as expensive as the EU average. We can't afford to be delayed in this respect, and such delays will not be able to be made up for easily. Who does not have cheap energy will lose the technological war. In the next slide, briefly about what is a huge opportunity for Poland, but also for Ukraine. Here we are dealing with conclusions being drawn from disturbances to supply chains after the COVID pandemic, and in relation to in which direction this tension axis between the US and China is going. Poland can become a hub for the whole Europe. Poland can, together with Ukraine, create a great hub axis for the whole European economy. And it's not only today based on cheap human resources meaning cheap workforce or highly developed workforce. Because here our competitiveness, unfortunately, is beginning to drop. But we can do that by creating projects on the scale of those implemented today in the United States. The Joe Biden's administration has created a gigantic infrastructural project to which they invited the private sector. They gathered $700 billion invested in 60,000 small and medium-sized infrastructural projects centered around access to broadband internet, focused on drone technologies and technologies related to state-of-the-art calculation capacities, AI, pharmacy, biotechnology. But they are also investing in hard infrastructure, in the development of airports, seaports, container ports, liquid gas ports, all those things that are meant to build this strong American economy, because the administration understood that today what is important is deglobalization. The EU is facing exactly the same pattern. Today, as Poland, are we ready to become an infrastructural leader in the EU? The Polish government of today, regardless of what side of the political stage it occupies, is the government ready to open up to the public-private partnerships? I am highly doubtful about this. Unfortunately, the decision makers are afraid of the private capital as if it was fire. They bet on reinforcing state-owned companies, which leads sometimes to the pathologies where state-owned companies enter direct competition against private companies which pay record-breaking taxes to the Polish budget. This is not a policy that the world is following today. Why is it so important? It is so important because, as we will see on the next slide, I'm talking here about something obvious, which is the fact that the whole defense system is a key axis used in order to be used in order to increase security in Europe, to be reinforced against Russia, which might move forward if Ukraine loses the war. Everybody who does not invest in its own army will be investing in the army of its future occupiers. European forces do not actually exist. France, Germany, the UK have around 200 modern tanks. Russia lost almost 3,000 tanks in Ukraine, thanks to the bravery of the Ukrainian army. Poland will soon be in the lead as it comes to its army, but the key today is not just to buy equipment from abroad, but the key is to build the economic and defensive capabilities here on the spot, also for the purposes of the Ukrainian army. What we see today as a potential, as a strong alliance that can counteract Russia, is an initiative that was already taking root during the time of Joe Biden's administration, which is a true three C's initiative between the Balkan countries, Poland and the Baltic states, and the whole belt of countries which used to have been so unlucky as to be part of the Soviet interest area. Today, they are bravely supporting Ukrainians' fight against the Russian forces. When we look at the Nordic countries, they are in the world lead as it comes to GDP per capita. Sweden is a model of wise investments in private business, in supporting private businesses, in creating values. And Sweden today, in fact, apart from the Silicon Valley, can boast the highest concentration of brands and companies that were unicorns on the global scale, this Three Seas initiative is a great platform for building stronger infrastructural and investment bonds in the context of support funds for the recovery of Ukraine. Many times have I met during meetings of the Atlantic Council in Washington or during conversations at the American Embassy in Warsaw with diplomats of Sweden, Norway, and Finland, and they have always stressed the same thing that we are talking about in Poland. We cannot wait with the recovery of Ukrainian economy's infrastructure and productive capabilities. Perhaps they should be created in the borderland close to Poland. The EU Commission and the American administration speak about that, but they don't do much about that. The first step is that interest on the frozen Russian assets should be seized and taken. And we should go more forward. We should use such interest and to supply the recovery of Ukrainian economy. Americans do have at their disposal legal opinions saying that this is possible to be done, but this idea is blocked in Brussels, unfortunately. So there is a great role to be played by the Polish politicians and American politicians for this topic to come back to the agenda. That's almost $300 billion that can be used for the recovery of Ukraine. What is more, it can be used at the same time by informing transparently Russia that the money will be used for the covering of the damage caused by every single missile dropped on the Ukrainian land. A clear signal to the aggressor that we are strong and united is of key importance to make sure that this process gains a very different momentum. Now, moving on to the last slide. We all know how much the recovery of Ukrainian economy after the Russian invasion will cost. Of key importance is the Polish role here, and it's undisputed. Today, however, not much is spoken about the role to be played by Polish companies and the Polish business in participating in that recovery. We say a lot about the French, the Germans, who will be leaders in that respect, but all of that depends a lot on the Ukrainian government to clearly support the ambitions of the Polish companies and the Polish business who does want to use private money to create funds for the purposes of recovering Ukraine. Will that happen? Sooner or later, I think there are two doubts that require to be solved. We don't have a common front line, and that front line could be created by the three seas countries, the Balkans, the Central countries, and the Baltic countries. They were members of the former Warsaw Pact, who are now actively supporting Ukraine. And it's these countries, that can add the right tone to the discussion in Brussels. If Brussels does assign funds for the recovery of Ukraine, and if these funds can be leveraged with private funds, then we will definitely have an opportunity that has not been on the table in a long time. The question is whether during this forum you will be able to come up with ideas that can be perhaps touching upon this subject matter. I hope you will be able to do that. I said personally that with pleasure and with ambition, I will commit myself to the process of Ukrainian recovery. The problem of insurance is actually the only one that still needs to be solved. Guarantees from either Brussels or the government of the United States for private investments created during the war conflict are crucial, so that the risk of devoting private money by the Polish money should be properly addressed. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to give this short introduction. I will gladly answer questions if there are any in the audience. I believe this is the right moment for us all to reunite once more and to make sure that we don't lead to a situation in which talking about using frozen reserves of Russia for the purposes of Ukrainian recovery be swept under the carpet. No, it should definitely be transparent in every agenda and in every discussion about this topic. Thank you. Rafał, thank you. I have to admit that I once again looked through your biography, and I did not see there that you did provide lectures to academic students, so again, that's surprising. In the audience, we have Włodzimierz Cimoszewicz, a former prime minister, listening to you. He is now a member of the European Parliament, fighting there for the Russian assets to be used for the right purposes. Yesterday we also briefed Paweł Kowal slightly, because there is a situation in which the EU Commission accepted Ukraine Facility Program where 7.5 billion euros is designated for guarantee instruments. But in order to reach out for those instruments, the member state has to invest its own public money in order to participate in this program. Unfortunately, we have talked to BGK, Kuke, Paweł Kowal, and every potential person affecting the decision makers to make sure that Poland will also designate its own funds to participate in the programs. Italians 400 euros, Belgians 300 euros, that's their contribution, but we unfortunately are still waiting for the Polish government's decision. Your presentation is a great introduction, I believe, to the topic of the next debate that we're going to have soon. How to recover Ukraine. How much will Russia pay? How much will Western donors pay? And that panel will be participated in by the Prime Minister Włodzimierz Cimoszewicz. But now, questions from the board. Jan Piekło, a former ambassador of the Republic of Poland to Kiev, today the leader of our Chamber's Council. Thank you for the floor, and thank you for what you said. I have to tell you that I fully support your idea that the 3Cs initiative and the infrastructure from the north to the south is what our Europe needs for it to be safe. Another thing, I think that it would be an interesting initiative to allocate certain funds for as compensation from Germany to Poland to be used for the recovery of Ukraine. That would be an amazing initiative. Now, can you make a comment on that? Let me put it in this way. I always try to be very realistic, and I believe that if we came up with such a proposal, then it would be assessed as one that goes away from the topic of the conversation. If we are dealing here today with specific funds that are on the table, and if there are countries which are able to designate first amounts of money for such initiatives and funds, it's not our job to put the burden on Germans. No, we should find those few hundred million euros in order to enter the project, because this will show that we have the commitment and that we do care. Władimir Litwin, the president of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, Kiev. Rafał, hello. I heard about your initiative last year in Poznań, and I'm very glad about this. The question is, I'm a banker, apart from being a co-president of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. A question from a banker will be like this. The structures of financing work always when all those elements of the equation are in the right place. So it always looks like this, that as it comes to the fluidity of financing certain projects, Ukrainian banks are doing fine. But when the first phase of the war broke out, then the second one, the corporate sector became very weakened because a lot of funds were spent on helping the refugees, helping the military effort. Now when come to a bank with a certain idea, banks say, I know you, I like you, the project is very interesting, but as it comes to debt to equity ratio, we have a problem because you don't have enough cash to supplement for the principal part. So the idea is very simple. You can do this either by giving first loss guarantee, and then IBO or other international institutions will do this like this. We've always thought of Ukraine that the private equity funds should be developed so that banks can have an additional resource to supplement the capital part, the principal part, and then later on everything will work fine. In the context of what you are thinking, how could this be done so that Ukrainian banks can get an additional instrument and the investors can get an opportunity to enter Ukraine on such a portfolio level? Thank you for your question. I believe that of key importance today is to be aware of the fact that there are already Polish companies investing in Ukrainian companies, and they do that through ensuring fluidity, not for continuation, but for development of activity. Wojciech Wolny, my dear friend, is the owner and CEO of Baltic company, which has invested in shares into Ukrainian software companies and is developing those companies, not just for the purposes of the Ukrainian market. We know that today over 90% of IT developer services are provided in Ukraine abroad for expert purposes. So betting on a better fluidity entity can create, through such funds, increase the strength of the Ukrainian economy. Large infrastructural investments should be in the domain of large funds through public-private partnerships. But the private sector, especially the one that comes from Poland, I am convinced, I actually know that, will with pleasure create JV companies, will be subscribing for additional capital in companies looking for fluidity, not for survival, but for development. Today, we all know that the key to winning the war is to increase the whole economy. It's not my job to judge on which mechanisms should be adopted by the European financial institutions in order to increase the overall fluidity of Ukrainian economy. But at the level of micro investments and tactical investments, of crucial importance is to take away administrative barriers. They are a problem to Ukrainian economy. Unfortunately, transparency still needs to be improved. And from our conversations with Wojtek, my friend, he tells me anecdotes about situations in Ukraine that could be cancelled with just a single legislative act and would increase capital engagement. So a fast path for direct investments, an absolute priority for Polish companies, which can the easiest and the fastest transfer such capital to Ukrainian companies. I think this is the quick win that we should focus on. Thank you.
There's one more question. Can we exceed the half an hour that you promised to spend with us? Agnieszka Falkowska, BGK, another banker, with a question. The equity fund, in reference to the question about the shortage of equity in the sector for Ukraine and for investment there, I'd like to refer to the already mentioned Ukraine facility. We, as BGK, plan to use it since we are a partner for the European Commission, and key development banks consider creating the Ukraine Development Fund. Is it familiar to you? Such discussions take place between various governments, but this fund will be restructured so governmental contributions are to be covered by the guarantee of the Ukraine facility. And with such a structure, the plans that you have mentioned, the mobilization of private equity, can it be an additional incentive for you? Will this improve the appetite for the private sector? Definitely it would create a better leverage and guarantee against initial loss. Thank you very much for the question. Definitely, yes. It's a kind of projects that we already seen where the priority of returns went to private investors and then to the public investors. So every structure that can improve the risk structure is definitely beneficial. And it's obvious for me that the shortage of such a booster when it comes to the risk profile, to equity profile, is something that companies wait for. Nobody would like to invest 100% of their equity without knowing the position of public funds, including European funds or funds channeled from particular countries. It'll be my pleasure to recommend such a project once it is put on the table under the initiative I'm the leader of. So once you have the draft of the project, I will be happy to review it together with my business colleagues. Thank you very much, Rafał. Please pass to Wojtek that we're at his disposal as the chamber. Will do our best to eliminate barriers. We had the chairman of the Committee for Economy of the National Assembly of Ukraine, Dmytro, met our representative of the Senate, Waldemar Pawlak, and the chairman of the Lithuanian parliament. So we've been building horizontal concession in order to eliminate barriers to the extent possible. We already exceeded 30 minutes you designated for us. Thank you very much. Warm greetings from Świnoujście and all the best to you. Thank you very much. Until next time. And now we'd like to invite you to continue our debate, Mr. Szymczyk. And now to the financial debate, how to rebuild Ukraine and how much will Russia pay and how much will Western donors invest. Let me invite to the panel Włodzimierz Cimosiewicz. In the meantime, my colleagues will disseminate the article published by Włodzimierz Cimosiewicz in the European prestigious magazine. Let me invite Agnieszka Falkowska, the director of the Department of International Development Instruments at BGK. Volodymyr Litvin, a banker, a member of the Private Bank Council. Let me invite Jacek Szugajew, the president of the board for Credobank. Piotr Maciaszek, the director of the Department of Insurance and International Cooperation at Cook ASA. Ladies and gentlemen, on the 6th of February this year, at the European Parliament held a discussion about Russian money, what can be done with $300 billion kept in EU banks. And in his political group, Prime Minister and MEP Włodzimierz Cimoszewicz made his intervention. These interventions are very short. They require a lot of agility and precision. But these were the features of Prime Minister. And let me quote, "It's a pity that misleading formulas are introduced offering a fraction of what can be given to Ukraine. It's a pity that the US Congress blocks the delivery of necessary ammunition and equipment, betraying Ukrainian soldiers during the growing pressure of Russia. Again, we have a choice between law and peace, and dismay and war on the other side." Very strong words. Prime Minister, what should we choose? The sacred right of ownership, or the UN Charter, or the sense of justice? Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for copying my article that was published by Politico. I expressed my attitude to the issue of financing the recovery of Ukraine and how to support the struggle, Ukrainian struggle today. And I shared some political and legal arguments for I have been proposing in the European Parliament. I proposed the Russian state-owned assets to be confiscated. I'm very skeptical when it comes to confiscating private assets for legal reasons. We may like or dislike oligarchs, but they're able to defend their position in courts. They are able to defend their property, underlying that the direct involvement or direct relationship between their assets and war would be necessary. And this money is not comparable to the needs of Ukraine. It's different when it comes to state assets. When I first mentioned that 6 months ago in the European Parliament, nobody supported me. And arguments were raised that there is the immunity on the assets and it cannot be treated as such. There was such reasoning, most often presented. Right now. It's very rare, although it is still in use. It's a misunderstanding of the international law, where in the case of breaching international law, there are various ways of counteracting. Russia in 2014 and right now committed the most severe crimes against the international law. They breached the ban on aggression and the use of power. In various ways in the past, Russia undertook to respect international rules. It all started in 1929, and the USSR became a part of the pact. Then in 1945, in the UN Charter, Article 2.4, Russia, the USSR, as one of superpowers, undertook not to use force. And there were many other developments underlying the obligations of the USSR and Russia, decisions and declarations regarding the territory, respect to territorial integrity of Ukraine, reiterated by Putin, the Budapest Memorandum, for instance, and so on and so forth. Russia breached all these undertakings. What can be done in the world in such a situation where we don't have the international police that can make the wrongdoer accountable? And the international law provides two institutions to do that. The UN Charter refers to the first one, the right to self-defense. If you are the subject of the attack, you can defend, and you can defend with the aid of others. You can defend in this formula in various ways. Your partners, your allies, those who support you may help you by sending their army, depending on who attacked you. In the case of this conflict, the Russian aggression, the Western world is not politically prepared to participate directly. And Ukraine has never requested such an aid. They requested equipment, ammunition, and other types of help, but never requested to have NATO servicemen sent to Ukraine. The international law allows to behave in such a radical way to have foreign army fighting against Russia on the territory of Ukraine, and we can provide aid. This is what we've been doing in the form of military aid, ammunition, and we can weaken the aggressor in other ways, reducing funding that is used for financing of the aggression, and we can confiscate state assets. There is another institution of the international law, countermeasures and retaliations. And this is the following. If someone is in breach of the law, you can force the wrongdoer to stop such activity using measures that would be unlawful if these were not a part of the retaliation. If the assets of one country can be controlled by others and there is no conflict between them, the international law is respected. The second one, the controlling one, has no right to confiscate those assets. But if the first country breaches the law, and in this particular case we have such a breach, the assets can be confiscated and the state immunity principle is not working. So any legal reservations are not valid in the light of international law. Regarding the moral dimension of such steps, we need not to discuss those. And political declarations in recent years repeated that Russia need to face financial consequences. They need to compensate Ukraine. According to recent estimates of the World Bank, we're talking about the amount of $500 billion. And the European Union, after the pandemic, created the Next Generation Fund for the recovery and modernization of 27 countries of 700 billion euros. And now we're talking about $500 billion of damage made by one country to another. So there are various arguments for, but there is resistance, and this resistance was camouflaged with various pseudo-arguments. Initially legal counter-arguments, then financial arguments, and you're able to verify the value of these arguments better than myself. People started raising arguments that that in case of having Russian assets confiscated, this can imbalance euro. Many investors consider euro as a reserve currency and as a way to protect their assets and equity. I'm not a specialist in the area, but it seems to be also an apparent argument. But if the loss, or if the trust was to dissipate to euro, this would happen when Russian assets were frozen. And if the decision was made by the US, Canada, and others What currency will be used to secure the wealth? Yuan? Will Chinese sell out euros? If anything like that could happen, this would mean that the Chinese prepare for the war themselves and they do not want their money to be confiscated. I do not believe in such a scenario. There are motives that are not shared overtly. I'm afraid that certain countries are afraid of the nationalization of their assets in Russia, but this is a weak counter-argument because they nationalize their assets already now. Many companies moved out from Russia, they lost their assets there, and at a certain moment the war will end, and in a couple of years after the war, Russia would like to become to economic cooperation with Europe. And then, I am convinced, economies such as the EU and the US may impose additional fees on the export from Russia to compensate assets lost and to use the additional funding to support Ukraine. Of course, there are other motives behind that. I do not want to speculate on that, but it's the fact that several countries in the European Commission do not allow the decision to be made to have Russian assets confiscated. A Belgian company, Euroclear, transferring funding, controls more than 200 billion euros, and they generated profit of 4 billion euros, claiming that it's their own profit. And the Belgian government was willing to discuss the taxation of that money and possible use of that money, and the Belgian government claimed to use the funding to help Ukraine, but a lot indicated that they would like to use the funding to refund the spending for the support to Ukrainian refugees. We all incur such cost, and Belgians would like to compensate the spending using profits generated on Russian assets and Russian capital. Of course, this is an aid to Ukrainians, but this is not actually the aid we've been targeting. So there are discussions on the topic, and we managed to present the idea to the Commission. But we see a major disproportion to the needs. Only 1% of what is needed can be designated now, with the annual cost of war of 100 billion euros. This is what Russia spends a year for the war in Ukraine. So we should seriously consider how we can significantly increase the funding available to Ukraine. The European Union did much in this area. You are familiar with the Ukraine Facility Program, 50 billion euros in 4 years, and a lot shows that the program will be expedited, and perhaps in 2.5 years, the funding will be transferred to Ukraine. But the money will be used for the current needs of the budget. And in order for the Ukrainian state to operate, the funding will have to be utilized immediately. How can we support Ukraine in their war struggle? We've heard recently about an interesting concept. It's an US concept, that the philosophy of the European Commission should be adopted, and we should use proceeds from the frozen capital. but the profit right now estimated for the future 10 years, for instance. So depending on the period scheduled, we should add 30, 40 or 50 billion euros that can be channeled to Ukraine right now. This would be a major funding available right now, and the use of Russian money for the purpose would be a guarantee for the debt contracted, and this would definitely long-term suspension of Russian money. So nobody would be able to return that money in 10 or 15 years. So sooner or later, I believe the entire amount should go to Ukraine, and I think that Mr. Brzozko mentioned that this will have to be regulated one day in the form of war reparations. I do not believe we will succeed with such a situation that in a peace treaty Russia will agree to pay reparations. But this could be possible only if the democratic faction would take over and would take over power in Russia. They only declared that, in their opinion, Russia that is involved in this illegal war should cover the damage caused and pay reparations. These are very noble people, excellent partners for the discussion about the situation, but the probability that they will replace Putin, it's not very likely. So I do not believe in reparations, and I think we will have to use repressive measures against Russia in the future in order to be able to support Ukraine. Initially, in the debates in the European Parliament, people claimed that we are not able to use Russian money. We need to tell our taxpayers that we will have to cover the cost of aid to Ukraine ourselves. It sounds well. It will be more difficult to implement it in practice when in a couple of years we'll have to make such decisions. Already today we can see the dissipating support for continued aid at the current level, which is not surprising. The initial decisions were based on emotions. Now countries face various problems. It's difficult for Spaniards or Portuguese people to treat the transfer of billions of euros to Ukraine as a priority. And this is something we have to take into account. So, if European governments would like to increase taxes in a couple of years in order to enhance aid to Ukraine, this would have political consequences. This would increase the support for the extreme right factions. So I believe this scenario is not realistic. And we need to accumulate the capital, taking it away from the aggressor. Thank you very much. We've heard the dissatisfaction in your pronouncement. You are dissatisfied because of the shortage of imagination and leadership on the European side. What needs to change in the European common foreign policy? We have a high representative for foreign policy in the EU. The EU has ambassadors. What should be changed in the area of foreign policy of the EU to solve such an obvious dilemma quickly?
This is, of course, a very complex problem. I can tell you that around 5 years ago, at the beginning of the term in office of the parliament, I met accidentally Borrell. We did not know each other while we were parts of the government. I introduced myself as a Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland in order for him to be willing to talk to me. He was from the Socialist Party, and I was from the Socialist and Democratic Party in the parliament. So we talked with my colleagues from that fraction 5 years ago, and we realized it would be good to meet Borrell and talk about that. When I met him finally and introduced myself. I said, we talked, me and my friends, and we wanted to meet you and talk about Russia, the problems of Russia. And his answer was very clear. Russia is not a problem. So the head of the European diplomacy 5 years ago did not know that Russia was a problem, which he confirmed 2 years later when he went to Russia, and he was publicly embarrassed and did not know what to do when he heard that EU was not a credible partner for Russia. And he should respond that EU is not a credible partner for aggressors. But he did not know what to say. What am I driving at? I'm driving at this. In my opinion, in the last 10 or so years, the EU was not lucky having highest level ministries of diplomacy. And Ashton was appointed to that position. Well, that was the first time she was dealing with foreign affairs. Morellini was a poor one. Borrell, unfortunately, is also not such a head of European diplomacy as I would at least expect. So, over the last several weeks, von der Leyen said that if she becomes the chief of the EU Commission, she would like to set up a new position of the Secretary of Defense. And if I'm asked if that's a good idea, my serious answer is Poland should now have an ambition, that's the job for Tusk to do, to fight for a high representative there. First of all, we've been for 20 years in the EU. We are not worse than the UK guys, Spaniards, Italians. If talking about applying for that position. But that situation of a war in the East shifts the weight of foreign policy in the Eastern direction. That's why we should treat this very seriously. I think that then we would be able to exert stronger pressure on EU member state governments so that things are done when they should be done. Generally speaking, the common foreign policy and safety or security in the EU needs to be reinforced. And the topic has come back again, that the decisions should be taken in respect of foreign policy by way of a majority of votes. If the decision-making process is not improved, things will be walking with a stump. It's in the interest of Poland that the decision-making process is improved, that the unanimity is cancelled, so that we stop having to buy the support from people like Orban. But this requires treaty changes, and we don't see this coming soon. In Poland, what is surprising to me is not only that the Law and Justice Party is not interested, but also that Tusk says that he does not agree to treaty changes in a situation when we should pursue treaty changes and reinforce the EU in various areas, including security policy. Hopefully, after the elections, we will start thinking and talking about this in more rational terms. Mr. Prime Minister, let's talk maybe not directly about money, but about funds of the future. We in the audience have representatives of the Kharkiv Oblast, of the local government in Ukraine. Kharkiv Oblast is again affected by the Russian invasion. So the question is, what is the realistic perspective for Ukraine's accession to the EU? How can we reconcile the needs and impatience of our neighbors with the EU bureaucracy? Well, I remember our impatience from over 20 years ago. I remember how our ears were sensitive to all well-sounding promises. I remember when Francis Chirac came to Poland in 1997, I think, and he spoke to our parliament, and said that when he said that we would be part of the EU in 3 years' time, he was applauded, but we actually became members of the EU in 7 years. So I avoid such optimistic declarations. I believe, of course, that it would be very important for Ukraine to accede to the EU. Undoubtedly, it would be very important for the EU, including for Poland. I remember discussions before our accession, especially before the EU membership referendum held in Poland, when I was talking to skeptics, especially Polish farmers, who could not understand how it was possible for someone to give something for free to us. This was contrary to their life experience when they told them that the transfers from Brussels will be bigger than our contributions. But the people did not understand the simple truth. In the interest of Germany in that case, it was that their neighbor was well-functioning, prosperous, stable, not a troublemaker. Now, in our interest, it is to have a neighbor, such as Ukraine, which is realistic, and Belarus, which is not hopeless, in my opinion, to have good perspective, to become well-functioning countries, economically to be more prosperous. I remember that when Ukraine declared its independence and we were beginning our transformation, the GDP per capita was the same. Let's not talk about the wartime because things changed, but through 3 years ago, the GDP per capita in Ukraine was 4 times lower. It would be very welcome if Ukraine was developing better, people were living prosperous lives. At the same time, I'm convinced that a country with huge ambitions should be more efficient in solving pathological issues. One of the worst things about Ukraine and other parts of former Soviet Union is corruption. That's a tragedy. Ukraine's tragedy is that for 30 years it was being robbed and burglarized by oligarchs and subsequent governments. And in order to cope with that, in order to regain the easy breath, to get the chance to develop, that needs to stop. I'm afraid that the war not only reveals honorable attitudes, but also demoralizes a lot of people, or is an opportunity for a lot of people to utilize that situation. So unfortunately, after this war, Ukraine will inherit not only damaged cities, but also the demoralization of a part of its society. It will have heroes, but it will also have its pathologies. So the perspective of pursuing EU membership with assistance from the democratic Western world should help at solving this problem, but this will take time. Now, talking about accession discussions or negotiations, it is obvious to me that on the part of the EU institutions there is a strong willingness to go ahead with these negotiations smoothly. They could even go smoother than they did in our case, in the case of Poland's accession. Now, Brussels bureaucracy might be controlled during these negotiations. However, there will be no step back as it comes to complying with certain criteria in such conditions of acquis communautaire as they are there. I had a great pleasure around 6 months ago of meeting on practically all leaders of the highest or Supreme Council of Ukraine during the Dzień dialogue. We met in Western Ukraine, in Zakarpattia, and we talked about Poland's experiences in pursuing EU membership. I not only talked to them about legal technicalities, but also about how back at that time we had tried to build awareness and social support, also by closely cooperating with the political opposition. when such people as Miller, myself, and others were responsible for running this project. And I think that this became very interesting to our Ukrainian friends because we had 3 or 4 hours of discussions about this. We have a lot of experiences that we are able and ready to share. They are about the end of the circumstances of pursuing EU membership. This will take time. I don't know how long, because this will depend hugely on how the war develops. But I believe that the turn between 2020s and 2030s is a realistic reference time. Thank you. One of the plots mentioned by Mr. Cimoszewicz were worries of certain financial circles that the freezing and confiscating the assets of Russia for the recovery of Ukraine can disturb the balance in the Eurozone. Among us, we have a representative of Privat Bank and the World Bank. The question is whether the forfeiture of 3 billion euros or dollars of Russian assets will disturb the stability of the Eurozone. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm neither a lawyer nor a politician, so I have no idea how to take money from traitors. I'm a banker, and my specialization is to giving money to good people. Here, I would have a lot to say, and in various fora, I have spoken about this already. Lest we forget, I would like to discuss or counter one sentence that you said, sir, that the basic problem in Ukraine is corruption. This is the second time that I have negated something said by Prime Minister. First, I opposed Yulia Tymoshenko, and now I have to say that I'm not fully in favor of what you said, sir. There's no country where there's no corruption, and that is a phenomenon found everywhere. In wartime, the nerve of tolerance for corruption is so sensitive that nobody in decision-making circles, whether the government or some state-owned institutions, they know that making a small mistake will bring the attention of journalists and people from the inside reacting in such a way that everything becomes known and that person is controlled in order to improve their mistake. So I have to disagree. In Ukraine, we have a time now, a special time, where tolerance for corruption is very sensitive. I have a positive attitude to this process because people are taking care of this to make sure that funds, state funds, should first be expedited for the needs of the military and then for those who have suffered the most. I'm sorry, sir, for having to disagree with you, but there are some things that I don't agree with. An example of how Ukraine is fighting corruption can already be seen from what a level of Wales we went down. The chief of the Supreme Court is, for example, waiting for another criminal court, is facing criminal court for a bribe, for resolving a case between two oligarchs. A former Minister of Agriculture, for example, did something before he became the Minister of Agriculture, but it was taken up now and he dismissed himself right away. So there are no holy cows in Ukraine anymore, and I am proud of the fact that the civil society is so well developed. And it began with the Orange Revolution. We may like Yushchenko or we may dislike him, but what he did, which is freedom for the civil society, that's what he should be credited with. That's when the history of a new Ukraine started. The history of a Ukraine which is more transparent, more romantically crazy. The best situation would be if all the traitors doing bad things should now start working for the benefits of the society. That's what's changed. Now, as it comes to my comments about corruption in Ukraine, about how we are fighting that and how about our society looks at these processes and how those who enter the corridors of the authority need to think if they were thinking about being a prime minister or a deputy minister would be a way to make income. A lot of such people give up on that and don't pursue such positions. Quite often we have a shortage of staff at very high positions in Ukraine because these people used to have such intentions, but they don't pursue that career anymore because they're afraid. Those who feel well in the private sector would not like to move on to the public sector because implementing things there is not as fast and is not as attractive to them. So, as it comes to the factor of bottlenecks for Ukraine's accession to the EU or to the NATO, I need to tell you that we have strong arguments in our hand to negate that and to move forward, because Ukraine counts a lot about such alliances. As it comes to financing and banking, as I said before, I don't know how to take money from someone who's a rascal. As it comes to opportunities for financing, I've said before often that financing is possible only when all those elements of the equation are satisfied. In 2014, when the first phase of the war started, a number of international institutions reacted to the aggression. There was a sort of panic, some shock to the economy. The Ukrainian currency dropped very much, and a lot of Ukrainian corporations suffered. The first response from international institutions was crisis response. That's their slogan. The deeper the crisis, the bigger the response. So they simply added fluidity to finance small and medium-sized companies. The money was lying in the accounts of those companies because the banks were not able to spend that money. First of all, because that money was euros. Customers did not want to borrow in euros, remembering about the crisis from 2008. And on the other hand, they were as weakened as they were not able to supplement with their own capital in order to be able to borrow. A few years later, we made it known that there was a need to help in supplementing some own funds. International institutions did react by providing first loans guarantees, and this provided a boom. Now, the Ukrainian banking system has survived the war very well in comparison to what might have happened. We can share experiences with those countries who expect a war to come to their countries. God forbid. But talking about the corporate sector, they always look at news coming, good news coming, that the EU is spending money, that the United States is giving money. But all the money goes into the budget. What happens with that? Nothing. As I said to Rafał, I know you, customer, I know that your project is very good, but you're weak. And in terms of these regulations, I can't help you. And this is where development banks come in. But there are elements which need to be guaranteed. For example, like insurance by KUKE. Banks without these won't loan money. Who makes money from that? It would be the state. But does the state want to actually earn on Ukraine? So part of the money that is guaranteed for the assistance to Ukraine, in my opinion, should be used for the purposes of covering the costs of these elements of what the state would receive but will not receive. Talking, for example, about repayment for a fee on the guarantee, 3% annually. If it's for 10 years, then the customer needs to pay 30% on the day of receiving the loan. That's unthinkable. And this is so unfair. It is so expensive because Ukraine is at a very low rating level. And Ukraine is not to blame. Ukraine is suffering from the war. And that is why the rating level is so low. OECD rating, I mean. That's why the prices are so high. That's the first thing that we need to remember, that the price has to be solved somehow, with some kind of favor, with somebody coming in to compensate the EU costs or the state costs on the part of the countries who are supporting their exports into Ukraine. That's a win-win strategy for you as an exporter and for Ukraine and Ukrainian companies as importers. So that's all from me. We don't have much time left. Thank you. A quick word by reference to what has been said. He has something optimistic to say to us. Yes, I'm sorry too, but there are things that I would like to rectify here in my contribution. Rectify in such a way that we as KUKA work in Poland. We are not an exception globally. Investment banks function everywhere. In the EU, in developed countries, in developing countries, we have an ACA Ukraine, a friend of ours. We and Oksana are friends. We cooperate. Last year she came to us for a week-long workshop where we showed to her how EU regulations worked. We, unfortunately or fortunately, are regulated strongly on 3 levels. The first level is domestic or national. The second one is EU. The third one is OECD level. And what you mentioned regarding the instruments is where we have freedom in shaping prices, which is the insurance for short-term liabilities, where enterprises exchange goods and the customer credit is insured. So despite in January 2023, Ukraine rating was made the lowest by OECD experts, we kept our rates at the previous level as for class 6 from before the war, and we also added a 35% of discount as it comes to investment financing. What we do with Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego. Before the war, there were 2 large malls, one in Kiev, one in Kharkiv. They were malls financed by the Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego, insured against political risks, commercial risks, the risk of no repayment. These are investments secured by KUKA. And here we don't have a freedom in shaping the prices, and we have to apply minimum OECD prices. We never add anything. And as I understand, this is a topic for a broader discussion, both on the forum of the EU, because obviously on the OECD forum, all EU member states are represented by the EU Commission. So first of all, a stance is given at the EU forum, and only then does the EU Commission represent that stance somewhere else as it comes to the insurance of credit investments. Only then does the EU Commission present the stance at the OECD forum. That's the area for discussions. When we talk about various funds, about assistance, we should be saying that various instruments will be used here, some such as private-public aid funds, the World Bank, MICA will be engaged with their own funds, all the financings based on government-to-government agreements. In Poland, for example, the reconstruction of border crossings is happening in such a way. I know that the Swiss and the Danish have started such instruments too, and they will be for commercial sector mainly using banks, because banks look best in the economy, as you said. And indeed, we work on insurance around post insurances, so that money can be sent loaned to those who need more money. You know your customers well, so we can base that risk on Ukrainian banks' experience. But the discussion is one that should be held on the OECD forum and first on the EU forum, so that using the ECA insurance, no minimum OECD rates should be used, but all exceptions should be introduced. Otherwise, it will cost as it does cost with the lowest rating risk. As with long-term financing, everything has to be paid. It's usually paid by the bank that's borne by the bank who issues the loan, and then it's repaid over the entire period of the loan.
In February, Kuke and Osted Bank signed a cooperation agreement, which means that certain Polish instruments should be available for clients of Osted Bank, and this can be interesting for Polish business people who would like to introduce their products to the Ukrainian market. We are very well familiar with Credobank. We've been cooperating with all Ukrainian banks, so it's not a dedicated program for a single bank. I'm only saying that you signed a cooperation agreement. You've mentioned a key term, Ukrainian facility, something that boosts our imagination, but at a realistic level, we can see that 2027, 50 billion euros for Ukraine in 3 pillars. We have with us Agnieszka Falkowska. What part of this funding Ukrainian and Polish business people can actually resort to? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for inviting me to the panel. Previous speakers raised several issues. One is the access for companies to funding, and the other issue is the risk during wartime. My bank, just as any bank, being the Polish Development Bank, need to evaluate risk and the cost of risk. This has an impact on the cost of our operation and possibility of supporting Polish and foreign companies or Polish companies abroad. Let me refer to Ukrainian facility and why this instrument is important. It is important because it has its bearing on the cost of financing companies or investment in Ukraine implemented by various investors, be it joint venture, Polish, Ukrainian investors, or investors from other European countries. It is very important because in the second pillar, 7 or 8 billion euros, the funding is in the form of guarantees that take away a large portion of risk from loans offered to companies. It is very important because if we're talking about 70 or 80% of guarantee, it means that 18% of the cost of risk, which is assessed as high, will be taken away by the European Commission. This is the way we need to see this. It's a major difference, and as the previous speaker has mentioned, there is a question of the consensus on the part of the OECD and the European Commission. This guarantee enables us to overcome the barrier and reducing the risk significantly. It's an advantage in itself, and a bank such as BGK is able to apply the instrument similarly to other banks, KDW, IBOR, in order to attract such guarantees. And BGK has been involved in this dialogue about Polish companies, the place for the Polish business, whether we will be present there, and why all others are ahead of us. For us, it's a very important moment to prepare and utilize this facility in the most efficient way possible. That's why we develop partnerships with Ukrainian banks. I'm sitting with CEOs of several banks. We are in this dialogue together. We discuss the preparation of instruments, the actual needs, and how to use loans available while applying for guarantees. The most important thing for a company is a period of crediting and their own contribution to the project, and to what extent the guarantee can help us to develop a suitable product for our customers. There are a number of discussions ahead of us, and there is one more very important issue, namely the cost and capital provision by countries who would like to support their companies. This is an ongoing discussion involving various ministries, finance ministry in particular. We need to discuss the funding necessary that should enable us to develop attractive products that can be then distributed in partnership with other banks, supporting directly investment in Ukraine and in the form of equity funds. That will be the situation in short. And let me refer to one more topic. I've already mentioned that the war is in progress, that there is certain wartime risk involved. From the point of view of a bank, every bank, or the majority of banks, has an issue with decision-making regarding loans during war. The wartime is a period when internal provisions of the bank prevent the bank from distributing loans. It's not a question of reducing high risk, but it is not possible for the bank to provide loans during wartime. We need to face the banking law, and for this Polish development bank, this should not be a major obstacle, but for other partners, this is a serious issue. So the implementation of this instrument and availability of this instrument in 2024-2027 is a major challenge because of the ongoing war. Let me ask yet additional question. We need to hear a clear explanation who's going to be the final beneficiary of Ukrainian facility. Some companies from beyond Ukraine believe that they will benefit from that in its second period. Is designed for investment implemented in Ukraine. And there is no any tag of the country of origin. Of course, we are talking about EU investors or joint ventures between EU companies and Ukrainian companies. All projects need to support the implementation of the recovery plan. And of course, there are also requirements that 25% of funding should support climate issues, climate goals, 15% small and medium-sized enterprises, and Basically, we're talking about projects implemented in Ukraine by investors originating from EU member states. I encourage you to go through the Ukrainian plan, a document developed by Ukraine highlighting priorities related to Ukrainian facility and our cooperation, the cooperation between BGK, our chamber that we started last year. At that time, we knew very little about Ukrainian facility. Well, let me just add that we're in a different point today. Not all information can be shared, but I'm optimistic. The bank is very ambitious, and we've been preparing very well to utilize Ukrainian facility. So our effort and dialogue was very much needed, and we are going to intensify our efforts in the upcoming period. We are discussing how to provide financing for the recovery of Ukraine. Externally, Credo Bank has this privilege to operate in Ukraine, supporting the recovery of Ukraine. Internally, it's Ukrainian Law Bank. What is your contribution to the processes of building enterprise in Ukraine? Jacek Szugajew, President of Board at Credo Bank. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. A number of interesting issues have been raised here, and before I tell you what we've been doing, let me briefly share some comments. Comments based on my experience of 6 years living in Ukraine and operating in the banking sector. I can agree with Włodek regarding one thing. It's true that corruption is not a sole feature of Ukraine. It is present everywhere. But in case of Ukraine, it's something that's been destroying the country for many years now, and Ukraine has not managed to combat it. It's going to be one of major challenges for Ukraine before joining the European Union, and I fully agree with you, Prime Minister. We would like the war to be a catalyst that could put an end to this topic or would stimulate to fight with it, but since people generate a lot of profit on the war, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be an ongoing process to be solved, putting much effort, and this will be one of the conditions of joining the European Union. As regards the situation of banks in Ukraine and their capacity to provide loans to companies, both local companies and foreign companies operating in Ukraine. In terms of liquidity, there's no problem because banks reduced their crediting activity, especially at the beginning of the war. It was clear in the case of foreign and private banks, and the burden of providing loans rested on state banks. Other banks, depending on their strategy, the strategy of their shareholders, approached such financing in different ways, but were definitely more cautious than state banks, because the risk profile changed dramatically because of the war. The liquidity which developed was then invested in bonds, including bonds issued by the central bank. And the previous year was very good for banks in Ukraine, generating a lot of emotions that such a profit could be generated during such a difficult time. The risk has not changed, though, and in order to harness the risk, every bank has been looking for ways of solving the problem. One of the most attractive paths is that you can find someone taking over at least a part of that risk. In regular times, it's not a big problem. There are other ways to solve the problem. During the wartime, international institutions took over that role, including EBRD or the European Investment Bank, and higher-ranking institutions such as the European Commission or US government agencies or the World Bank agencies, which created guarantee programs that enable to reduce that risk, at least partially, especially for banks who would like to come back to distributing loans among companies in Ukraine. We've been cooperating with the EBRD, we've been cooperating with BGK, and we received guarantees from the European Commission that enable us to distribute loans among small businesses in the front area, or close to the front. I'm not saying this to promote our instruments, because the support to companies who would like to restore their businesses is tremendously important, and it is very scarce. So such guarantees are very valuable, and thanks to BGK, we were able to provide funding to such companies, and we could reduce our risk by 90%. We hope that the program will continue. We've been working together on this, and this creates a unique opportunity to support businesses in the most difficult possible close to the front line. We've been cooperating with US agencies, with IFC, with DFC, and they also provide guarantee programs that enable us to continue our crediting activity for Ukrainian businesses and foreign companies, Polish companies in particular. Those who would like to enter the Ukrainian market, it's a different story, because they enter a foreign market, and entering a foreign market is never easy. Even during excellent peacetime, when everything is more foreseeable. So during the wartime, it's a major challenge, and very few actually can decide to do so. It is a much simpler solution is to enter trade relations. For instance, a company does not want to invest there and produce products, but they can export their products. There are restrictions on international transfers. Those who will pay operate in the extreme risk of war, and I would like to secure such payments, and the role of our friends from KUKE is invaluable, not mentioning long-term capital investment, though such instruments are available from KUKE. We've been using this, we can operate, and this is what we've been doing. So this difficult beginning is very important for us, because Polish companies that are not present on the Ukrainian market, this might be the first step for them, as it is simpler before they decide to invest there, which would mean much higher risk, a physical destruction risk. There are examples of such companies that lost their property because of the war. Retrofil was the first shopping center that suffered at the beginning of the war, but property that was initially insured was destroyed. Whether our path is unique, perhaps not. There are many Ukrainian banks cooperating with international institutions I have listed. In our case, what's unique or different, since we are an EU-based bank, we have this privilege and possibilities opened by BGK, namely the access to the funding from the European Commission. And we are very happy because of that. Thank you. A lengthy answer to a short question. I'd like to address Prime Minister Cimoszewicz. We've been talking about financial aid to Ukraine. It sounds very nice. It's humanitarian. It's praiseworthy. But the majority of the funding is delivered in the form of loans. And I remember the Polish history when we changed our system, when we converted into liberal democracy and market economy, and we created the Third Republic. Western democracies helped us. Perhaps Europe and the world should do the same in case of Ukraine. I am convinced that they will decide to do so, perhaps not today, but in the future. It's quite obvious that Ukraine, after the war, will not be able to handle all the loans, will not be able to repay loans, and the world will have to understand that they will have to reduce the debt or cancel the debt. We contracted a lot of debt, and Ukraine has the same situation because of the action by another country. And at a certain moment, we will have to create a mechanism to take money away from Russia and channel that money to help Ukraine. There will be no other realistic way to solve it. We still have 15 minutes. I've been following closely what's going on in Ukraine, including combating corruption. I noted all the cases of detainment and prosecution. So when the Minister of Defense or the Deputy Minister of Agriculture are dismissed, I do not want to argue whether corruption is larger or smaller there, but how we can refer to this issue. In 2013, several months before the first aggression, I attended a meeting of the Yaldan Congress. It was organized for 15 years. It was done for Putin to give him a chance to say something and meet people from all over the world. And as usually, all the most important people were there, and there was Putin, and I asked Sergei Lavrov about the poor efficiency of combating corruption, and he told me then that corruption was everywhere. But in the ranking of Transparency International, some countries are ranked high, others low. And he said he represented Russia and Finland, and there was corruption in Finland. It would be excellent, I said, if Russia had the same corruption level as Finland. We should all be aware, and all people in Ukraine should be aware, that the European Union suffered by accepting certain countries before the corruption level was reduced significantly. This applied to Bulgaria, partially to Romania. when they put the former prime minister who advised me how to treat Mittal, a company which wanted to buy steel mills in Poland, I then understood that they fought with corruption seriously. They suspended EU funding to Hungary, to Orban, because EU funding went to Hungarian oligarchs established because of the support from Orban. So corruption will be seriously treated. The mere fact of detaining one or another person as a sign of the corruption level. We need to respect assessment of, for instance, Transparency International, and this should be treated seriously. Ladies and gentlemen, our discussion has been approaching its end. We still have 10 minutes, so let me ask one question to all panelists. Let me start with Agnieszka Falkowska. For the past several months, our chamber favored the creation of the Polish Fund for the Recovery of Ukraine. So we go down from the high top level that we Poles will rebuild Ukraine using Russian money or EU money. We would like the Polish state, the Polish government to create the Polish fund supporting the recovery of Ukraine. Are we right or not, in your opinion?
This question is a provocative one. I'm afraid my answer will not be decisive. I don't dare to make one, but for certain an idea like this, from the perspective of Poland and from the political perspective, is quite ambitious, but is also of a nature of a Don Quixoteria. Because my stance is that we should rather combine forces and use the opportunities to de-escalate it, to take down the risk, and work in combination with such countries which are already involved. That in the case of decisions about investments, it should be easier, at least in cases of problems faced by the fund in respect of financial decisions, analysis for investments in a market undergoing a war. Because we want this fund to be created more or less fast and support what is needed now, that insurance should be provided, or some kind of hope should be provided to Ukrainian businessmen to get loans because they don't have enough capital, own capital. Polish investors could come in and help. But my stance is that teaming up, upscaling with partners who are already there, who are active there, who have something to lose, always is helpful at achieving a larger efficiency of funds. Thank you for the diplomatic answer, but the creation of such a Polish fund would not be detrimental, right? No, it would not, but I would rather suggest that such finances are added to finances provided by some other countries so that the risk is shared and that the group is bigger, including private capital, then the pool of capital would be bigger, including state and private finances, and then investment could be carried out on a larger scale. How does this look from the perspective of KUKA, which has at its disposal new instruments since last year? but there are not many people interested in using them. Well, there are more and more interested parties in using our instruments, but it's not been finalized yet, right? No, it has not. But as Agnieszka said, we are teaming up. We are Ukraine's neighbor. We know the culture. We know the habits. We've been cooperating for years. When the war started, we had the third exposition in the world as it comes to securing investment liabilities. We were only exceeded by the Chinese and the Germans, which means that we've been moving around this market efficiently since 2017. These declarations are functioning in a stable way. The mall in Kharkiv was destroyed, but we have a photovoltaic farm in Ukraine which has not been destroyed. We have grain silos in various locations with refinancing from Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego. Various countries in G7 are preparing their finances too, and they will be looking for local cooperators who will be able to lead, for example, Japanese entrepreneurs in the Ukrainian market and carry out common investment undertakings. With regards to the fund itself, I think we could make a step earlier than that, meaning we could use those instruments which are more attractive from the point of view of Ukrainian needs, which is intergovernment long-term repayment agreements for 12 years or even more with low interest and long repayments. We, as KUKO, will secure such investments. The CEO of Credo Bank, who works in Ukraine, what do you dream of? Well, answering the question whether such a fund will help or not, or be detrimental, I think a fund like that would be beneficial. As it comes to teaming up, I like what I heard from Rafał Brzoska, who came up with the idea for a fund first. I remember he said that he wanted that, and he was looking for partners for the fund, but he was looking for them from a very pragmatic perspective, because he wanted such partners to be also Americans and the British, because in his opinion that would guarantee to the entrepreneurs supported by the fund, Polish entrepreneurs, a better perception and a better breakthrough force in Ukraine. And Kiev's attitude is also very pragmatic, especially those who are in power and who have money. Our position from the perspective of Kiev has not always been a leading one, but the position of the United States or the UK, if you look back in writers' history in Ukraine, American or UK companies were not victims of that. But Polish entrepreneurs in Ukraine have been victims of that. So a pragmatic teaming up and the building of a joint fund, yes, that is favorable. Public governments will not be enough for recovering Ukraine after the war. Private money will be needed too. So such funds, which could be built, as Rafał Brzoska has suggested, using private money too, would be very beneficial. Whether public money from Poland as a fund could be used, that's not a bad idea either, because other countries have been doing that too. Such money is already to be seen in Ukraine in the first part of the recovery of the critical infrastructure, not only energy infrastructure, but also hospitals, kindergartens, demining activities. That's governmental money sent to the assistance to Ukraine. That's a foothold, yes. That would be a dream of mine. We're talking about the financial support from EU and international institutions. What about private capital? 2 weeks ago, we visited Katowice. And I would like to make an exercise here, whether the instruments at the disposal of Polish financial institutions, KUKE first of all, the vice CEO of KUKE, Katarzyna, said that they can insure anything that is moving or is not moving, and she encourages investors to make such projects. And I said, okay, I have a number of very good ideas here, which also pertain to not only long-term financing, but also low-level capital financing. I spent half a day with a very famous banker, Zbyszek Magieło, to make this topic resound among investment banking big fish. They were aware of those instruments existing there, but nobody said they were willing to use them. That's weird because, well, I have a cultural experience in American banking. Those bankers count how much they can earn, how much it costs in terms of servicing the loan, and what the risk is. Everything can be digitalized. If there's quite a sufficient margin, they enter regardless of where it is. So a simple American way of thinking. Therefore, there's a psychological problem here. Although everything is there, the state has done everything to make such things happen, the private business is not coming into Ukraine. In my opinion, it would be good if something happened so that the Polish private investor was able to attract or take by the hand with him some peri-national funds, so that the sense is that he's not alone in this fight. And that will create a large boom, in my opinion. This is not a secret that all countries would like to take a part of that cake of recovery for themselves. Poles have now a chance to grab some of it, because when we win the war, the US, the French, and the Germans will already have been occupying Ukraine economically. So yes, a fund like this is required, really needed, so that the private investor can feel they are not all alone in this fight. As Jacek has said, you use the word rated, oh yes, so that you don't feel alone in the context of raiding. If your country is with you, then it's very easy to get an agreement with the Ukrainian government that there is a case like that, and it works just like this. In this way, the political risk would be insured. Say, about a fund, it's not 100% about the money, but it's about sensing the partnership that my country is there with me. So Poland as a state and Poland as investors. This is a win-win situation. Thank you for these words. My country is with me. I think we're going to use these words, this slogan, in further promoting our ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank the Prime Minister, Włodzimierz Cimoszewicz, for coming to Świnoujście. Let's thank Mr. Prime Minister for a very hard and at the same time diplomatic way in which he talks about the interests of Ukraine and the interests of European values. Today, you have been able to see that the institutions you know from your life, like Credo Bank, KUKE, BG, Key, are also people. So I'd like to thank these institutions to participate here, for their participation in this panel here. Włodzimierz, thank you for your passion, and you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for spending an hour and a half with us. Now let's take a group photo, but I also have a communication for everyone. At 3, we have lunch. At 4:30, near the reception desk of the hotel with a revolving door, there will be a gathering before the crew. Thank you. The president will run the next panel. Exactly. So thank you very much for the panel that has finished. And now let's begin the next one. Our pace is incredible, right? The question is, what are we going to do about the panel planned to start at 3:30 that will finish at 4:30? Well, we will think about this later. The Prime Minister is now acting as the white bear in Zakopane with whom everybody wants to have a picture. Chairman of the Council of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce,
Tu
a president
gramy
of
razem.
the Association of
Integrujemy.
Ukraine's Friends, a person whom most of us have associations with as a
Inspirujemy do rozwoju.
person combining Polish
Inicjujemy
and
działania.
international.
Wierzymy we współpracę.
Kamil Myszkowski,
41
Executive
miast
Director of
i
United
gmin.
Nations Global Compact
Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska
Network,
metropolia.
Poland.
Pierwsza
A
metropolia w
representative of
Polsce.
UNOPS in Poland. He'll be here online. Andrzej, please take your seat. He's from the Business Advisory Center of our chamber. I can see that there are 2 directors working there. Wojciech Tarasiuk, Vice President of the Management Board of Credo Bank. Where are you from? Lviv? So please take your seats in the panel. Paweł Wódkę, President of the Management Board of Future Processing Ukraine. Tomasz? No, Paul? Karnopol, but he's usually from Silesia. And a representative of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce in Krakow. I have an untypical proposal. Is Kamil participating with us? Yes, he is going to be here, so let's wait for him to connect to the panel. And I have a non-typical proposal that we should change the formula of this meeting without long monologues. I tried to identify those myths about Ukraine that we have here in Poland. Of course, this is not an exhaustive list. If you add a myth or two of your own, we would be grateful. But after I tell you the list of the myths that I have identified, let us try to exchange views about them. Kamil, welcome. I have already introduced you and I hope you can hear us well. Yes, I can hear you well. The time regime requires that we run this panel in an efficient way. Let's try to do this. So, as I said, I've tried to identify the myths we in Poland have about Ukraine. And I will begin with what the Prime Minister Włodzimierz Cimoszewicz said. I don't fully agree with him, so let us start with other myths. We still have in Poland the perception that Ukraine is a delayed country in terms of its social, economic development. There can be phrases heard here that Ukraine is a Poland of 20 years back. Do we agree with that? The war exposed a lot of such stereotypes and proved some of them wrong. But such statements have been made that Ukraine is a country 20 years less developed than Poland. Let's perhaps start with the right wing, untypically not with a woman but with Wojtek.
Well, I do not want to make your life easier. Please elaborate on what I have said. It's not true that Ukraine is lagging seriously behind. Many people are familiar with Ukraine very well, and so everything depends on the position of a person who comes to this beautiful country. The first thing people notice is road infrastructure and poor state of architectural infrastructure, buildings, but there are many areas of business activity and services operating at a very high level. For instance, beauty services, health services. This was something that I've been using in Ukraine only. The same applies to private medical services, very well developed, of course, addressed to a narrow group of people. So a pure business experience, which is fantastic, is related to the DIA, the Public Services Platform. In our bank, 80% of processes related to retail client is digital. A client can meet an advisor, they share their phone numbers, and a transaction can be made in a while, and everything is 100% digital. This is the best examples depicting the situation there, and everything that the war brought. There is very high level of creativity and many interesting things taking place there. And in quite some time, in some time, they can be a symbol of innovation in Ukraine. On Saturday, when staying in Lviv, I had a meeting with a representative of clusters, and there was a representative of the armament cluster. So I wish you to implement projects that you plan, and I would like to see such projects also in Poland. Let me slightly modify that so we do not reiterate what has already been said by Wojtek. So if someone has something to add or contradict, yes, you can do it. Is there anyone who would like to add something or criticize what Wojtek has said? I do not want to contradict, I can just add something. I would risk a statement that the IT industry is stronger in certain areas in Ukraine than in Poland, at least when it comes to team management. Team management is different, but it seems to be easier because people are more flexible. They got used to work in different geographic zones, different languages. So sometimes Polish programmers would not be always willing to work over hours or unusual hours because of different time zones. They would be willing to organize meetings later in, say, 2 weeks. Everything is more efficient in Ukraine, just to add to this technological part of the answer. Artur? Yes. I agree 100%. We've been living here for several years and we can see differences in Ukraine and Poland and elsewhere in Europe. There are major differences. I've discussed this at length with Polish businessmen, and they ask me why your people come here, they start businesses, and after 3 years everything is fine, they make money. How's that possible? I had experience in 1990s and later in Ukraine. In the past 30 years of political crisis influencing the country's changes of people in power, we don't have time to adjust. We need to make decisions very quickly. We are anti-crisis managers. When we come to other, more developed countries where relations between the law and the society are clear, we can easily grasp that. We learn rules of the game and then we play the game. The major problem in Ukraine was the change of power. Now we see that Ukrainians who left for other countries, including Poland, influence market changes. For instance, this wellness and beauty sector or banking. Ukrainians can react much faster to changes. Just as previous speakers have already mentioned, and what I heard from Poles, they told me that 20 years ago, when Ukrainians came to Poland, they came to work in production plants, they worked at construction sites, and now different people came, different community. So we received experienced entrepreneurs. You are completely different. So we cannot have the same attitude as 20 years ago. I'm not saying that I do not want to support the opinion that Ukraine is lagging behind. just as Americans have said that young Ukrainians fight at the front and they do not have modern weaponry, they try to solve problems when they arise, and they do their best to survive. And this is the overall attitude, to act fast, solve problems, and survive. Of course, I went together with the chamber to Ukraine. There is some backwardness. There is a mixture of USSR with banditism in some state institutions. And even the Ukrainian community are familiar with that. But they are patriotic. They do not want to discuss it. It's not good to criticize such things externally, but internally they say what they actually think. What I like doing, I like to surprise people abroad with things they do not know. I even wrote a book that we distributed here during the forum, and one of interesting things is Unicity. When delegates came, and I remember also our business missions, IT mission from Małopolskie region in Poland, and we visited Unicity. In Unicity, after an hour presentation, the mood has changed because they arrived there as victors, winners, to conquer Ukraine. When they saw that there is a Silicon Valley in the middle of Kiev with 3D printers, with schools for children at a very high level, and they just ask, if we wanted to have our office, what is the price per square meter? I think it was $2,000 per square meter, and they told me, Veronika, take us back. We will not be able to do much in here. So Ukraine is full of surprises, very interesting, modern solutions, and of course, in certain areas, we can see this backwardness, but we cannot say that Ukraine is lagging 20 years behind. It's not true. Kamil, would you like to refer to the topic? I do have some special questions to you. I am very willing to join in. I can add to the list the creative industry, film industry, Ukrainian painters who are exquisite, and Ukrainian journalism. I highly appreciate your investigative journalism, top special prepared than Poland. And quite recently we had a special session on protecting Polish cities against cyber attacks in terms of protecting water networks and street signaling. Ukraine is very much ahead. The second myth, before the war, so frequently repeated, and sometimes they drew conclusions regarding the chances of Ukrainians in the conflict. The eastern part, Russian-speaking, the western part, Ukrainian-speaking, different zones of influence, different histories, very complicated history of this nation. The war dismantled that myth. What is the situation today? Let me start with you, Victoria. I was born and raised in Kiev, and in my housing estate, we tried to calculate that we had more than 20 different nationalities represented in one district only. So Ukraine has always been diverse, perhaps not, it was not seen in the West, but Kiev was a melting pot of nations. When I came to Poland, my colleagues asked me about my perception of Poles. I was not able to describe Poles. And in every family in Poland, the situation was so similar. After meeting several families, I could foresee the behavior of women, how people go to the church, and nothing was so similar in Ukraine. So telling that diversity is not a feature of Ukraine is not true. We all know that there are, for instance, 30% of people who have never been and will never be Ukrainians. They do not have this Ukrainian soul. It's a pity that these people do their best to dismantle Ukraine. And such people are present everywhere, including the high-ranking governmental positions. I do not envy anyone ruling Ukraine because the situation is indeed difficult. Arthur, you left Ukraine, you've been in Poland for many years now. What is your opinion about that? I'm going to speak Ukrainian to make it faster. When I was at school, I lived in the south of Ukraine, in the region of Nikolaev, and Ukrainian was treated there as a foreign language, and I was not able to understand that I live in Ukraine. Language and literature classes were held twice a week. Russian language and Ukrainian literature were twice a week, and Ukrainian literature and language only once a week. So when I visited my grandmother in Zaporozhye, we spoke Ukrainian only, and when I moved back to the town where I lived, I had to speak Russian. Then I understood that politicians use this game, this play of languages, and it was a serious problem because it divided our society, and a large part of my family still live in the area of Donetsk. So language is our DNA. You need to fight for it. Russia has been trying to destroy our language. It's time to restore it. When we look at European countries, Germany, France, they protect their languages. When we speak English, going there, they can say, okay, fine, we can communicate, but in fact, you should start learning our language. So I don't know why Ukrainians should agree to speak other languages. Of course, this should be done in a very mild way, not forcefully. So I shifted to Ukrainian completely. It's our DNA. We need to protect it. Well, let me tell you about a joint initiative that we've been implementing together with the Chamber regarding the language. Just imagine we provided an audit of member companies regarding their websites. They would like to enter the Ukrainian market, and it turned out that 90% of our member companies that are very cautious of the situation, they actually think really about entering the Ukrainian markets, they pay the membership fee, and 90% of those companies didn't have their websites in Ukrainian. We're not so. That was the pre-war thinking because they believed that if they had their website in Russian, that was enough. Or they had their websites in English, they claimed that English is the language of business. But not everywhere, and not every business. So we offer this type of cooperation for our member companies if they are interested. We analyze their business, we consider what type of website would be needed. It's not to translate everything into Ukrainian, like announcements of the board, but it's important to develop a professional website, well-planned visualization of what they would like to show to the target market. This shows some respect to the language and the country. When we started our activity in Ukraine, it was obvious for us that we need to use Ukrainian. Of course, we speak English while contacting our clients, but we also use Ukrainian internally. Arthur? I think I coped with Ukrainian quite well, right? Well, out of the respect to the reality and the target market, we should not have a situation that I remember once happened, that the only person ordering food in Ukrainian on the train to Kiev was myself. Wojtek or Kamil, would you like to add something? I'm not courageous enough to assess or to dismantle myths in this area. It's a more complex topic, and it's related to my personal experience. I was born close to Białystok in the east. So talking about a nation in the context of faith, religion, and language, it's a different story. We need to examine the size of the national community. It's really hard to assess, but this patriotism is something that Russia has not planned, and they actually lost in this place, in the map of Europe. This is something they've been trying to destroy, actually.
I think that bitterly we have to say that Ukraine has overslept some of its years of independence in terms of building community, also language community. I talked to a friend at a meeting, and that meeting recalled an event in my life. I met in Ukraine a management board of a company responsible for radio signal emission. After the Ignite Revolution, what happened when we were at that time moving from the analog system to digital system of broadcasting TV system? The request was made that this equipment that we were giving up on should be given to Ukraine. And I learned at that time, to my surprise, that so many years after Ukraine regained independence, the Kiev signal did not reach the eastern parts of the country. We decided to give Ukraine 10 pieces of sending equipment, but problems occurred. This is a political issue. What about the customs? The governmental decision was made late, and the senders were given to Ukraine as late as September. There were some accusations made, but one person turned out to be an agent of specific services. So Ukraine, bitterly, I have to say that did not utilize properly some years of its independence in order to increase the community. At the same time, we have to understand that the politicians who used to work for Russia in the past were involved in that process and they were working very effectively. Now, our society has come to understand that, has turned to the Ukrainian language. And two more remarks. When I first came to Poland, I tried to speak Polish. I spoke to an elderly person and he said, let's switch to Russian. I asked him, why do you know Russian? And he said, my father taught me that you need to know the language of your enemy. And to me, that was an example of the fact that on the genetic level, the Polish people do understand who the enemy is, and they still consider Russians to be their enemies. That's a fact. Another remark, our military men who are also turning to using their Ukrainian language. When asked why, they first of all answer that Russians don't fully understand Ukrainian. When they talk on the front line, they speak in Ukrainian so that the Russians don't understand them. So now it's the Russians who are learning Ukrainian. Maybe Ukrainization is going in the right direction now. Modestly, I'd like to say something, contribute to what you are talking about. My opinion is that the biggest creator of the new patriotic Ukraine is Vladimir Putin. This is what we should credit to him. He did not envisage this completely, and I have a chance to see this on various levels. Frequenting New York, Geneva, and Copenhagen because of my commitments to creating a UNOPS office in Poland. The headquarters is in Copenhagen. In Geneva, we have another headquarters, and in New York, we have another headquarters. Wherever I go, Ukrainian flags are hanged out of windows everywhere there. When you go to those cities, you saw the level of affection they have for the Ukrainian cause. And last week, when I was visiting New York with Paweł Kowal, I went to hairdressers because my hair got too long, and I talked to somebody in the waiting room, and I got this service for free because it turned out that the hairdresser was Ukrainian. And his family had been in the United States for 3 generations, so he does not speak Ukrainian anymore, but he served me for free because I support Ukraine. That was a wow moment. So this internationality of Ukraine has various dimensions. The sense of proud of the resistance, like in the fight between David and Goliath, causes a situation where many people start to admit they have Ukrainian roots, even if before they made effort to conceal their Ukrainian roots. Another myth now. The Ukrainian business is dominated by oligarchs. The oligarchization of the economy is translated into politics. The Supreme Council is dominated by the oligarchs. I remember calculations from around 10 years ago when Ukrainians said that half of the Supreme Council were selected by the oligarchs in 50%, that $5 million was the price for a mandate. So the Supreme Council is dominated right from the first day, at least in 50%, by oligarchs. The economic structure is also dominated by oligarchs. There's very little small and medium-sized business in Ukraine. So what is the reality about this structure of business, the structure of politics, the Supreme Council? Is the small Ukrainian business that is the salt of the land. And it's that salt of the land that decided about where we went in economy at the turn of 80s and 90s, with those small companies being very small and now being very big. I remember I had a meeting before 2015 with the then governor of Lviv. He said, we never had private property in agriculture. In our agriculture, everything was state-owned. Your farmers, Polish farmers, even during the times of communism, always had chicken, pigs, cows, and when they got subsidies, they could expand their farms. Our farmers were always part of the state-owned farms. So the economic structure is related to that. Business, capital holders, capitals held in one hand were translated into what Ukrainian politics looked like. What does it look like today, Artur? I will try to answer. This is one of my favorite topics. Well, this is the path that went in a different direction than it did in Poland. In my opinion, it should have been done differently. Things should have been sold. I mean, state-owned companies should have been sold with one condition. Someone who buys 100% of the shares should invest and should make sure that they don't go bankrupt. With my own eyes, I saw things like that. I come from south, near Mykolaiv. There were great state-owned companies, and I saw them being destroyed, the materials being taken away. Chorkony brothers, who are now searched by the Interpol, a relative of theirs used to hold a position at the UN. And we saw all of that with our own eyes, which did have an impact on the current situation of Ukraine, on the creation of the oligarchy, which still has an impact on the politics. Are there changes? Yes, changes have been made. But we would like these changes to be faster, to bring about better results. Now, when we are talking about corruption. To me and to most of the society, we don't want corruption to stay at the level at which it is now. We want to see people held accountable for forfeiture of property, the selling of property acquired through corruption measures, and then these funds to be used in order to reinforce the military. It is my expectation that the Ukrainian state should do a lot about this through courts, because that's where it all starts. We have not seen very clear results yet, but I hope we will see that. Now, what about economic activity of Ukrainian women? They have taken over a big portion of economic activity onto their shoulders because the men have gone to fight. Of course, the men have been joined in the front lines by women too. How do you see this? Coming back to the question about myths, I do confirm some of them. As it comes to oligarchs, members of the parliament, not much has changed yet. That's sad. But indeed, apart from the state-owned companies, of which the oligarchs derive a lot of benefits still, we tried to put in a reform. For a few years, we were able to do that as a team composed of Poles and Ukrainians, but then they gave up on us. The only good aspect of the war could be that the cancelling of this will be effected finally, because people have become impatient. They want the development. The awareness has increased very fast. Sadly, it's been increased by the war. Now, as it comes to the small and medium-sized companies, why are there not so many of them as there are in Poland? Jacek mentioned an anecdote from history, but I can tell you one from my own experience. I was the best student. I thought I knew everything. But I heard my whole life that trade is not trade. I heard that trade is speculation. Even at my home, my father told me that if he learns that you bought something and you sold it to someone else 5 pennies more expensive, I'll kill you. We're not going to have speculants at home. So with this mentality, it was impossible to go into the future when we regained our independence. That's why informal groups emerged. That's why there were alliances with big business of Russia. That's why it went in the wrong direction. It's not that Ukraine did not want to do good. We just didn't know how. Today, however, we have a lot of creativity, willingness, and need. And that says why. Of course, women have taken on their shoulders a lot. Not that they wanted to, but they have. There's a group in Ukraine gathering entrepreneurial women. We cooperate with the chamber. We will have panels about that in our discussions. But that's one thing. Women, as you said, have taken over the responsibility of the men on their shoulders too. That's a second thing. All these international organizations and grants support female entrepreneurship in Ukraine a lot. In an interview I gave today, I already mentioned that when talking about the recovery of Ukraine, we need to keep thinking about the fact that there, Polish companies will meet female partners, and you will have to talk to women. That's why these women need to be supported today. They need to be helped to educate themselves up to the EU level, because there's not much knowledge in Ukraine indeed. However, they will be ready, and they are ready. When they leave Ukraine, they are quick to learn and adapt, both females and males. There's a huge potential to be seen there. And you can take the leap from an anti-capitalism attitude, using today's awareness and instruments, taking as examples Polish women and European women who are part of those entrepreneurial women's networks. I am convinced that together we will be on equal terms rebuilding Ukraine. As you said that trade was equal to speculation, automatically I had an association with our defilade or parade yard at the turn of 1980s and 1990s. That was the yard in which we were learning the first rules of capitalism. But your situation was much more difficult. Another myth now, or myth or reality. It was mentioned in Prime Minister Timoshev's speech. Ukraine is an overwhelming corruption. Is that true or not? Can you run business in Ukraine without entering some corruption arrangements, without paying bribes? My question goes to representatives of the Polish companies who are present in Ukraine. Kamil, you first. How does the world look at this? It's difficult to direct grants or subsidies to countries which are commonly corrupt. Well, we are not involved in giving or taking any money. So we don't have this problem. That is about a consistent building of a certain organizational culture, which in many places is taking place. A lot of companies put this on their agenda. Is that a problem? Yes, it is. This has been mentioned today, but I would like to add another perspective, the mental one. Even if these phenomena were not so abundant What remains is a certain experience, a historical awareness, and a way of communicating. How can you explain that to a Westerner that it's not there when they have this in their mind, that it is there? So the myth will remain, but the struggle is going on. And that struggle is being perceived, is being observed. And this is somewhat related to the previous topic of the economic structure. When we are talking about oligarchs, then perhaps many of them can be defined in the same way by people. An oligarch is like 100 or maybe 200 biggest holders. Oligarchization goes downwards because of the internal links between businesses and regional links. So the oligarchy at the regional level. And then there's a lack of medium-sized business. That's about the definitions. The positive aspects of such an economic structure is that it mobilized capitals. For example, large floor area stores, the birth of local businesses, such as Silpo. But what is more interesting is what to do by the Ukrainian society and what can the partners do and all those persons who will be existing along the way to entering the EU or European community. Now, as it comes to these attitudes, they should be fought against at every level. We are running a project for financial education that is directed at young people. Another thing, in the future, we should build strong anti-monopoly institutions which will be well defined and which will not be concealed in terms of their capital connections with others.
And we should perhaps advise while distributing the funding in one way or another that mid-sized business will not remodel the economy. So the distribution of the funding according to the European norms will not rebuild small business, the middle class, because again the funding will go to the structure of oligarchs. Western European experience is invaluable. So education, education, and again education. Education supported with changing regulations, building anti-corruption institutions. Is it possible to introduce in Tarnopol, and not only is it possible to run your business without such relations? We have never had to do anything like that, referring to what Wojtek has said. We are trying to show that it's possible to run an ethical business. You don't have to go somewhere, bribe people, you can ethically operate and be honest. So once you do it, you impose this model. In a sense, we all know that corruption is a problem. It's still in the heads of people. I sometimes hear from my friends and colleagues, well, in the past it was possible to solve this or that. Well, in Poland, indeed, it was also possible. But this shows that the situation has been changing. Certain changes have already taken place. We can only cross our fingers for the process that the process will continue and there should be some mental changes. And for this, we need education. We also provide funding for educational programs implemented locally, and this combination of business with social responsibility show that, for instance, there is a company from Poland operating in such a way. This imposes certain style, and our local partners try to adjust. Kamil, the Western world that you've been dealing with on everyday basis, what is the perception, their perception of Ukrainian corruption? Let me begin with oligarchs. We view this as an opportunity to weaken the position of oligarchs if you divide oligarch families into two groups: the metal production and agricultural sector, where we can sense the presence of oligarchs. They incurred major loss because of the war damage. For instance, Metinvest. Two large factories were completely destroyed because of the war. Then we have Pinchuk, the same story. He still has some companies, but the sales of steel dropped by 67%. This sector is in deep crisis. A shortage of electricity supply. ArcelorMittal they had $1.2 billion of loss last year. But there is Rivahov, who generated profit in 2023. So when it comes to the food and agri-industry, we have Mr. Verevsky, but Varahutsky died during war operations, and another company generated loss of 10 billion hryvnia. So what is an opportunity from the point of view of oligarchs? They can lose their position when Ukraine wins independence and they win with Russia, because otherwise the oligarch system will survive. How can we support the Ukrainian government in this fight with corruption? There is the Sugano model. International donors want to channel funding for stabilization in the country and the recovery of the country. There is a package of reforms suggested to Ukraine if Ukraine would like to join the EU. And also the funding under the Ukraine facility. We'd like to support this combat against corruption. We'd like to remodel the country and rebuild it better than it was before the war. When something was destroyed, we'd like to rebuild it and make it better than before. 73 schools that we rebuilt are made to better energy standards. The same applies to hospitals. The same applies to roads, bridges, and so on and so forth. This is something that's been going on right now. I'm saying about this because in the UN procurement process, the transparent public procurement process, we do not employ oligarchs. I'm saying this ironically, but it's an opportunity for small and medium-sized businesses who'd like to stop corruption. They'd like to be transparent, they'd like to operate on the market and settle their products and services delivered. And I can add that we have a growing number of local governments who account for the use of international money in an exemplary way. Nikolaev, Kharkiv, Lipyan, a long list of towns where we are active, and I can only say that I'm impressed with the professionalism of local governments cooperating with us based on the top international standards. Kamil raised a very important issue, the issue of transition, which creates better Ukraine, new Ukraine, decentralization. And accountability at the local level, counteracting corruption. It's new reality in Ukraine, and it's good that the process has been going on there. We are pressed for time, so Arthur, very briefly. I would like everyone to understand that corruption in Ukraine is a Russian weapon, just as missiles. It's a weapon exported from Russia to Ukraine in the period of more than 30 years. We need to be aware of that. So we should start combating corruption with ourselves. Everyone says that it's the issue of the government, that everything starts from the top. And Article 5 of the Constitution says that power rests in the hands of the nation. So when you have the possibility of bribing or not, do not bribe people. Do it at the lowest possible level, because corruption is a weapon imposed by Russia to Ukraine. Of course, we could continue much more. The activity of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber focuses on educating both parties. This process needs to progress in Poland when it comes to the perception of Ukraine. Let me dismantle one more myth, a myth which is included in the words of distinguished Polish politicians who stated that now we should support the military effort Ukraine needs to win, and later we can think about the recovery or rebuilding or the reconstruction of Ukraine. It's a mistake. This recovery has already taken place, and it's an ongoing process. You've mentioned the symbolic rebuilding of the bridge in Bucha, used by our friends to flee from the area during the Russian attack. The process of rebuilding, reconstruction is taking place, and we need to be present there. If I may add one more thing very briefly. You've said something very important. After the regaining of Bucha, people were really moved when they rebuilt McDonald's and the petrol station. It was Shell and McDonald's. They decided to rebuild the two facilities, and it created much hope among the local community. The Russians moved back, and you can take your family and enjoy a hamburger, or you can just take your car and refuel it. It was definitely needed. Direct foreign investment is much needed there, and we cannot base this aid on donors, but business which is present there, investing there, helping people. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank panelists. I'd like to thank everyone who stayed with us all this time. And now,
Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Inicjujemy
I have a
działania.
surprise.
Wierzymy we
Our
współpracę.
panelists will join us in a
41
second,
miast
but
i
before
gmin.
that happens, we have a special guest.
Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza
A
metropolia.
guest who will open this session. Robert Biedroń. Not much to say, you know him well. A member of the European Parliament, a former mayor of Słupsk today, a head of a committee in the European Union. What is the name of the committee? That of the rights of women and equality. So we could not have a better guest here. Robert has to return to Warsaw soon. Still, we are grateful that you have been able to make it here for a second. Robert has been at the Baltic Business Forum before. He later started his career at the national level, then a European level, and we have him back here. Thank you, Jacek. Thank you, Mr. Minister. We have been acquaintances for years, hence this friendliness between us. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and you, Mr. President, for inviting me over here. Ladies and gentlemen, as Jacek has said, I think the most important thing that will happen for you here is the fact that I speak to you as a head of the committee in the EU Parliament, which in the context of talking about women in Ukraine can be interesting, because the committee is one on the rights of women and equality. I know this may be weird that I'm a man and I head a committee about women's rights, but we in the European Parliament believe that women alone will not solve all problems of women. That's why we need solidarity, mutual support, and that is I hold the honor of being the head of the committee. On my way here, I was thinking about what I can say to you within 10 minutes, not more than that, because I don't want to disturb your schedule. So I thought that it might be interesting to you to learn from me what we in the European Parliament do about women in Ukraine and about what we want to happen in the future. My dream is that one day we meet in the European Parliament and some of you from Ukraine will be part of that European Union community. That's the most important thing for us. As you know, the European Parliament has issued a resolution in which we call upon the EU Commission to ensure a fast track for Ukraine's pursuit of EU membership. We are in the Parliament in favor of a quick integration with Ukraine, and I think that there are a majority of EU Parliament members who are in favor of that. Definitely the whole Polish delegation is in favor of Ukraine's membership in the EU, of course after it has satisfied the conditions. That's my dream, that this happens. But before this happens, of course, there is a need for our solidarity, cooperation, looking for wherever we can support each other. Immediately after the war broke out, we, the committee in the EU Parliament, focused on the situation of women and girls, because we were receiving first information about that situations were happening in which children were dying. No one knew what was happening to other children. There were situations in which buses or cars came to orphanages and taken the children. It was not known where the children were being taken to. It was important for me and us to get to know what was happening, to provide security, to follow what was happening, and to extend protection over those persons. A second situation that also immediately happened at that time was a wave of refugees who were entering EU member states, mostly women and girls, as you all remember well. And there were a lot of cases prosaic problems of having shelter, having financial support. But unfortunately, there were also situations, for example, of women or girls coming here who have been first raped by Russian soldiers, traumatized, requiring realistic assistance. Another very dramatic and difficult thing, they were women who became lost within the EU, the track of whom was lost within the EU monitoring system. Those women and children who became trafficked. We, as the European Parliament, started acting about this immediately. First of all, we worked for the purposes of having a directive introduced as soon as possible relating to temporary protection. The name is Temporary Protection Directive. You know this from practice because it's been implemented, but let me remind you that it had not been used for 20 years. It was first used in the context of the Ukraine war, where immediately everybody who came to the EU from Ukraine was covered by the same protection as EU member state inhabitants or citizens. That's what you have every day: access to education, access to the health system. Why? Because it was important for us so that we do not lose these people, track of these people, so that we know what was happening to them. The outcomes differed. The most dramatic stories that we experienced came from Poland, unfortunately, I have to tell you. As it comes to human trafficking, sexual exploitation of women and girls. On the other hand, women and girls who came to Poland who had been raped by soldiers, not only Russians, unfortunately, having no documents about having been raped in Ukraine. As you know, in Poland, unfortunately, there is a de facto complete ban on abortion. So, unfortunately, there was practically no way of helping legally these girls and women, because without a certificate that they had been raped in Ukraine, a certificate issued by the police or the prosecutor's office, we could not have done anything officially. These were dramas, true tragedies. These tragedies have not been solved until today yet, because Poland, due to the barbarian law that we have, does not carry out abortion without the fact of rape having been documented by the police or prosecutor's offices in Ukraine. That's a problem. As the EU Parliament, we also took further decisions concerning the protection of women and girls against violence, and we urgently implemented the Istanbul Convention. You might know this. It is a document issued by the Council of Europe, and Ukraine is a part of that, which protects women against violence. This Istanbul Convention has been implemented across the EU, followed by a special directive on prevention of violence due to sex. And we implemented it. Why? Because we were receiving a lot of information, not only about female citizens of the EU, but also refugee women who were coming to Europe. That was also urgently implemented and will be implemented in member states soon. Poland is a member state or signatory of the Istanbul Convention, but there are some EU countries who are not signatories of that convention. It will be implemented there too. As you know, women and girls are treated as weapons during war times. They are raped, they are exploited, they are harassed only because they are women or girls. And that is a serious problem that we lean over as the European Parliament. We look for them, we find them, we protect them. We, as the Committee on Women's Rights and Equality, are in contact with the Ukrainian Parliament and government in order to make sure that everything is done to help everybody who is within the borders of the European Union. That is briefly all what I wanted to say to you. Please let me stress that we as the European Parliament are now facing an election on the 9th of June. This is the reason why I'm here in Świnoujście. I just a minute ago had a meeting with the media outlets, and that election is a very important one in the context of Ukraine too. As you know, the EU is varied, and in the EU there are also forces which believe that we should reduce the level of assistance given to Ukraine, that we should focus more on other priorities, that what is happening in Ukraine is an internal issue of Ukraine. I am completely against such a view, of course. I believe there will not be any safe Poland, any safe EU, without a safe, independent and free Ukraine. I believe that these vessels are interconnected, and if we do not defend Ukraine today, then the Baltic states will be next, and after that, Poland will come as the next target. That's the objective of Putin. So in the interest of all of us is that the war in Ukraine ends as quickly as possible. The 9th of June, that's an important election. We need to team up in order to make sure that pro-Ukrainian forces are found in the EU Parliament. I appeal to you that you should observe the elections and that you should observe what the composition of the EU Parliament is going to be after the election. I know that the first voices are raised in the EU Parliament that call on us to come up with nationalist voices, nationalist views. We should make sure that we put such voices in a minority and that they don't have a lot of meaning. We have to make sure that pro-Ukraine and anti-Putin voices are as strong as possible. That's all by way of introduction. Thank you once again. Robert, thank you as well. Do you have any questions to Robert? Well, I have time to answer one question. So, thank you. If women could vote, if these women could vote in Ukraine, well, during the time of this war, I have met a lot of very strong women and girls from Ukraine who are changing the face of Ukraine. That's another fantastic factor. I believe this is a good forecast for the future. So perhaps the panelists will just have a photo made with you, okay? Diana Falinova, the president of the management board of the Center for the Development of Local Government in Ukraine. Victoria Jolowenko, the vice president of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce from Kiev. Magda Dąbrowska, the vice president of the management board of Grupa Progress, a large company in the Pomeranian district in Poland. She is also a representative of our chamber in Gdańsk. And Victoria Chiva from Kiev, a representative of the Dialogue Group. She co-authored the book titled War in Ukraine, Women's Stories. Let's have a group photo made. Thank you, and I'll see you in Brussels, and I'll see you in the United States. Excuse me, in the European Union. Now that was a surprise. We just met a member of the European Parliament. Thank you for that. The situation in which we are now is exceptional. I know that some of the panelists want to go on the cruise on the boat cruise. I should go on that cruise too, because that is our strategic partner that runs it. But we need some time to change our attire. By way of reminding you, we are meeting at 4:30 at the reception desk of the hotel. I mean we, the people who are going on the cruise. Let's come back to the subject matter. Robert Biedroń made an introduction to our panel. Ukraine in women's hands. Let's start with Diana Barinova. She is very experienced in regards to building Ukrainian local government, the combined counties that are taking over more and more tasks, and women are playing increasing roles in those counties. Diana comes from Kharkiv. We have received tragic news. Diana, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. Hello again. I'd like to thank everybody who's interested in this subject for being here. The times are very complex. On the one hand, it's very interesting to listen to these debates. On the other hand, we have been receiving telephones from our colleagues, from our friends, from various oblasts and local government units. They are telling us that bombs have been dropped near their places, with hospitals destroyed, kindergartens destroyed, infrastructure destroyed. That's where our local government officials are working with, including women. The subject of the role of women in these processes that are happening in Ukraine now, well, the role is imposed on them somehow. Ukrainian women have always been strong, fighting. There are a lot of women in the business and in the military, but that's been imposed on them by the situation. Women are carrying on their shoulders a lot of tasks, including those related to the local government. As you see, who we have here is mainly deputies of local government councils. A lot of our men, professionals, engineers, architects, workers, are now in the military. They are physically defending our country, our territory. And the women have to learn new skills, new professions. I was asked a question yesterday whether, someone asked a question yesterday whether our Polish colleagues or other European colleagues are ready to stand hand in hand with our military. And I was glad to hear today from a member of the European Parliament, Włodzimierz Cimoszewicz, that a lot of countries are ready, but Ukraine has not yet clearly asked for such help. Maybe we as local government officials want one thing, but the government wants another thing. That's a good illustration of what's happening. But generally speaking, the times are complex. The role of the woman is crucial, especially as it comes to protection of the family, in raising the faith in the future, in victory. So I'd like to redirect our discussion into talking about how not to help women, because women in local governments, etc., because we are counting on self-help. It's not always about finances. It's about human compassion, because there are a lot of various instruments available already. I'm talking very fast because we don't have much time. The partner who's running the cruise has decided that we will be setting off at 5 o'clock. That's why we have more time. In the context of our discussion, I would like to stress that, yes, indeed, the statistics say that every second business person in Ukraine is a woman, and that's the enforced effect. As women come from Kharkiv, Zaporozhye, and other regions, they don't have work, so they think maybe I should set up a business. I'll do what used to do back in my place. A lot of women leave for Poland or they travel to and fro. So generally speaking, this is positive. They are paying some taxes. But in Ukraine, we have a whole list of available instruments, international funds, finances allocated to women. People know that such assistance is needed, so we do have various subsidies allowing for the starting of a business or expanding one's business. Now, I would like to learn from my colleagues here and from our moderator, the president of our chamber, about how we can help. What other assistance could be offered? Money is one thing, but skills, faith in oneself, maybe some specific business cases, so that women can feel they are supported. Maybe they are not yet ready because they lack in self-confidence. This is a difficult time. Of course, it's hard for me to say everything in a very comprehensive way, because the most important thing is to survive. The women want to survive. They want to protect their families, their children, save the small space around them, and perhaps also give some hope to those who physically defend the land, the husbands, brothers, sons. I can't even tell you how fast our cemeteries are growing. That is the role of a Ukrainian woman in today's times. We are experiencing all of this together with you. Of course, our feelings cannot be compared to what you are experiencing on an everyday basis, looking at the losses, looking at the human tragedies. But we also know that Ukrainian women have taken upon themselves the fighting effort. It's not just the men who are fighting, but also the Ukrainian women. Victoria, I am addressing here Victoria, who co-authored the book, The War in Ukraine, Women's Stories. Tell us, please, what your experience here is and how did it come about that you wrote the book? Yes, the book is not about fighting. The book is not about women's direct participation in the war, but it's more about love. Despite the war, despite all those disastrous circumstances, there's always some room for love, new relationships, and the book is about that. I don't even know why the editor chose me. I don't remember the circumstances under which he found me, but it worked. And I encourage that you have a read. It's available in Poland. You can get it either electronically or in print. With regards to women's participation in the war, since the full-scale war began, the number of fighting women grew by 40%. Currently, there are around 50,000 women in the military and 4,000 directly on the first front line, as we refer to it, the zero. The zero means front line in our terminology. The stereotype is that if there are women on the front line, they are volunteers, medics, but that's not true. There are a lot of women out there who are snipers, who fight as part of the Marines, operate grenade launchers, doing typically male jobs. But the legislature does not limit the women's roles on the front line. However, there are cases of men, fighting men, being against the fighting of women. There are units in which men say directly, we won't accept women among us. So this is an informal ban, and this sexism is unfair in my opinion, because I believe that women can fight as well as men, and they have proven themselves over the last 2 years. But I can say to you with optimism that things are changing. Until recently, women did not have female uniforms. Women had to use male uniforms of smaller sizes, which did not account for the anatomical features of the female silhouette. However, recently we have been able to obtain the right to have uniforms sewn to suit the female silhouette. We are now fighting, we are proving through this that we are there. We are underlining our presence in the military. When some Ukrainian men don't want to fight, we, Ukrainian women, have to do that for them. Yes, the world is changing. Women have been fighting for equalization of rights for years, but the situation in Ukraine is worse than exceptional. However, women are also refugees who, in their thousands, set off for the West. They got to the Ukrainian-Polish border during the first days of the war. We, as the chamber, tried to help them. We carried bowls of soup, sandwiches for them, for those who stood in kilometer-long lines. But what was happening in Kiev? Victoria, the chief of the Polish Business Center in Kiev, right from the beginning, involved herself in helping to get to the border and in providing any types of help. I remember as Victoria connected with us from the basement, because during our conversation, our air raid alarm went off. Now these weeks turned into months, then months turned into 2 years now.
These were difficult times because we didn't know what to do. Of course, men stood in line to join the army, and women started looking for solutions. Women started collecting food, warm clothes. I remember when I phoned everyone possible, and it turned out that it was possible to find warm clothing for our servicemen, and during all the alarms, explosions, we had to act rapidly. Nothing could be left for tomorrow. We had to learn how to operate generators, how to refuel them and ignite. I remember my hand suffered when I tried to ignite the generator. It was difficult for me to use a mobile phone, keyboard. Everything was urgent. Nothing could be left for later. So men went to join the territorial defense groups, and women focused on securing our stay in cities. And we focus on finding equipment and clothing for our men and for children. Women read good night stories to children, organized activities. People started reading a lot. And in the times of the internet, many activities that became regular were unusual. Women have this natural gift of finding ways to put people at ease, to give them hope that everything would end well. So I'd like to thank our women. So women and children reached the border, they crossed the border and found their way to Polish cities. We need to honestly say that the first 8 centers were created by ordinary people, NGOs in Poland, and later local governments got involved, and still later the government started establishing such centers. Now Poland is the country of 2 nations. Many Ukrainian women settled in Poland, and every day of the war convinced them to stay in Poland and to develop their life here. You represent a large company. You had to source many employees on the labor market, and you've been dealing with Ukrainian women who went to Gdańsk. During the first days of relocating people, we had different perceptions of differences that we discussed during the previous panel. Ukrainians didn't want to go to small towns. In Gdańsk we had such a case, even though a mayor of a Polish town came to convince Ukrainians to go to small towns. Ukrainians wanted to stay in a large city because in Ukraine, large cities represent advancement, progress, jobs. There were major concerns, and it was a major barrier. What were the first days, Magda, in Gdańsk, from the point of view of your company, very experienced company on the labor market? From the point of view of the labor market, and after some time, and the shortages in the management of the system, and the problem to convince such a large number of people to go to smaller towns, I consider all this a mistake. Because Poland, contrary to Ukraine, developed economic zones closer to smaller towns, and the largest demand for employees is in economic zones. So from a human point of view, it's understandable that people want to go where they could feel comfortable. And those people, those refugees, seriously stressed out, escaping from the perils of the war, couldn't think rationally. And in many instances, it has continued until today. They just looked for a safe place, a safe haven, and the relocation of such people, from our point of view, from the point of view of the labor market and employing a large number of foreign workers, is a serious challenge, because today we face high demand for employees in smaller towns where large companies actually operate. So if someone settled in a city like Gdańsk, then moving such a person to a smaller town is next to impossible. So once they feel secure in a large town, they basically do not want to leave it. This would be my assessment of the situation. It was a strategic mistake from the point of view of central management, and I believe that we as a country failed in this area. And we, as the employment agency that has been operating on the market for 22 days, I know that it was surprising to some people yesterday, but indeed, I've been dealing with the labor market for 22 days, employing people from Ukraine since 2014. We collected much experience. Of course, employers would like to use competences of their employees, not only fill gaps. We had databases that we could fill and develop more methodical solutions. In our opinion, and based on our previous experience, we were able to maintain calm, to stay organized, and to act methodically, because before 2022, we mainly dealt with economic migration of men, and we had to adjust to a new situation, to a change in the migration profile. We did that quite well. We were very well aware of what was ahead of us, but longer term, there was a resistance on the part of our clients. Initially, they were open to women. Later on, business and money took over, and they would like to employ men. So their declarations that they could adjust jobs to women to help them in the difficult situation, this was verified, and not everything was possible, or people were not very willing to do everything that was possible. Thank you very much. We need to repeat that on every occasion, that before the war, economic migrants from Ukraine rescued our economy in Poland. Our Social Security Authority estimated that with the economic growth in the country, we would need 700,000 new employees every year. Take into account the birth rate in Poland. Migrants rescued our economy, then the war broke out, many men returned to Ukraine, and women were not able to replace them in certain sectors like the construction sector. This translates into much demand on the Polish labor market, but we need to say that a large number of female refugees found jobs in Poland, because there are 70% of professionally active refugees, female refugees from Ukraine. And I'd like to repeat one more thing, that taxes on Ukrainian labor exceeded several times the spending on the help to Ukrainian refugees. So it is not that we, Poles, pay a lot to accommodate Ukrainians in Poland. I think the budget collected 3.5 times more money through taxes than money spent on aid to refugees. And these are the figures announced by the government. It is very important. It disentangles certain statements that Ukrainians take away jobs from us, so it's worth repeating. But we have a unique situation. There is a demand for labor on the Polish market, and today, in the previous panel, we discussed the process of the recovery of Ukraine in every district, every town, once the recovery process takes its full speed, there will be much need for labor on the Ukrainian market. On the one hand, we try to support the activity of women who stayed in Ukraine, something that Diana referred to, their activity in business. And not only, and this is what we would like to discuss in our chamber, we would like to establish a council of entrepreneurial women that could identify needs, possibilities of supporting female businesses in Ukraine and in Poland. And what can we do to make women coming back to Ukraine so Ukrainian families can meet together in Ukraine? Because the needs of the Ukrainian labor market, considering challenges of the reconstruction process, will be huge. Our two countries will compete for labor. So what can we do? How should we act if in such a situation? At the beginning, we estimated that only several percent refugees thought about staying. Now they say that more than 50%, 60% of those refugees who consider staying. There are more Ukrainian refugees in Germany, higher salaries, better economic status, and they are less willing to return to Ukraine. And what shall we do there to make such returns possible? Diana. Thank you very much, Jacek, for your statement on taxes that Ukrainian employees pay. When we discuss the return of human capital to Ukraine, we need to remember that this is a number one challenge. Of course, Ukrainians came to Poland, to Europe, but they disappeared from the Ukrainian market. For us, the most important is to preserve the human capital. What can we do to convince people to return to Ukraine? First, we need to provide safety and security. We need to do something to prevent missiles falling. But there are people who stayed. Quite many Ukrainians went to Poland, but 60% of women who left for Poland enjoy higher education. So these are highly educated people, so no wonder they found jobs in Poland. So they say that the best people, that we have the outflow, the exodus of competences. We discussed that with an array of experts, and we thought of remodeling our approach to the problem. And this is something we've been working on, various instruments that are necessary to convince people to come back to their country. But countries that received our citizens, our human capital, should also help us in the process. This can be done through investment in Ukraine, and this could be very important for us. We've heard that in every panel. I do not like the word recovery of Ukraine. We need to restructure our country. We need to remember about security, because survival for us is our priority. If our boys, our servicemen survive, then we'll be able to rebuild new Ukraine. And for this, we need funding. If the European community, all the countries which see Ukraine as their strategic partner, if they join in the process, this is going to be very good because we have enough resources in Ukraine. Once companies are established, people will be needed to work there. And this will be new jobs, jobs that were destroyed in Kherson, Odessa, Kharkiv, and then our boys and children who will grow up will be able to come back to Ukraine, safe country, return to modern companies, good salaries, and they will come and they will be different because they will have this European experience of influencing management processes, they will have democratic experience and experience in business. When I heard today the intervention of the member of the European Parliament discussing corruption, indeed, there is corruption, but corruption is present also in other countries. The mere fact that Russia has been using this as a tool of their information war is a fact. So we'll be able to receive our fellow citizens once we provide security, once we invest in the country. So we'd like to encourage investment, inward investment, to build a common community, not mentioning living there. We know that quite a large number of Poles live in Ukraine, and they will stay there. There are also representatives of other countries. Everyone should understand already today that this is something very much needed. So insurance companies, guarantee companies like KUKA or British insurance companies, they all say that it's worth doing right now. We can attract companies from various sectors and industries. We need 2 years at least to design the process and implement something. Right in front of you, we have delegations from different districts. We represent different levels of risk, and already today, we have the potential that can be used to help us compensate for the gap created due to the outflow of our people to the West. I'd like to confirm one more thing and to be very critical towards myself, because I accepted the motto of our forum, the recovery of Ukraine. But actually, indeed, we should discuss the building of Ukraine anew. Ukraine has an opportunity to make a civilization leap. So not reconstruction of energy-consuming industries and energy-inefficient buildings. Ukraine has a chance to shift, to leap over a certain stage, like we did in 1990s. We entered the radio communication instead of developing copper-based cable networks. And Ukraine moved even further in the digital world. But we also did the same, whereas in the United States they still use paper documents in banks, paper bills of exchange, and so on and so forth. And Ukraine has this opportunity right now ahead of it, and we should support all the development, all the areas of development, green Ukraine, and so on and so forth. It's a tremendous opportunity for Ukraine. But Diana has mentioned information war, propaganda, and showing Ukraine as a corrupted country not worth coming back. For certain, Russian trolls contribute to that. Victoria, you're a journalist, you're experienced in the world of the media. In your opinion, what is the information war there in Ukraine? Indeed, these are the topics that are discussed by Ukrainian journalists. We try to monitor social media to understand what our enemy has been saying, and quite recently they promote information that the government in Ukraine is not legitimized, that the 5-year term of President Zelensky has come to its end, and they promote the idea of Ukraine as a false state with government which is not a legitimate government. It's not possible to monitor everything because changes are so rapid, but we need to prove our truth. As you described it in Poland, that there is an opinion in Poland that Ukrainians will take jobs from everyone. On my way here, I had to wait 9 hours on the border. And I felt sort of penalized, that Ukrainians are sort of penalized, although they do so much good for the economy of the neighboring country. So the more we talk, the more truth we say about different issues. Of course, we need to ask people to come back, but I'm aware that not everyone comes back. For instance, my friends do not want to return from Germany, but their husbands are there. And there are women calling their husbands, I'm not going to come back. I'm not coming back with children. There are a number of divorces, and it's obvious that after 2 years, not every relationship can sustain such a test of time. I hope that some of them will return, and just as Diana has said, instead of rebuilding, but we will build back better. We will build better than previously. In our chamber, we witnessed several examples of Ukrainians investing in the West, and they consider moving to Poland to be a part of this reconstruction process. It is an opportunity for Ukraine. Victoria, you wanted to take the floor. I just wanted to say something about propaganda. Of course, propaganda prevails. I travel constantly and I keep hearing about it, and people are susceptible to propaganda, and it's very difficult to distinguish truth and propaganda. When there was this strike on the border, I didn't know what to do. People kept coming and calling, telling, look, these are Polish people and what they do. It's unbearable. I was speechless. I didn't know what to say, but I went through this exercise myself, that you need to organize workshops, you need to explain, tell people about the situation, that even in Poland there are groups of people who are bribed, who do it on request of certain parties. Farmers work hard and they do not have time to learn more and understand how many large agricultural companies are there in Ukraine. Quite recently, we heard a lot of propaganda regarding military mobilization, conscription, and we don't know what to tell those people, those men. Nobody wants to go to war and die. At the beginning, there was no choice. Everyone wanted to participate. Now the situation is difficult. It's not so easy. Men are afraid. They have the threshold of fear, and it's very difficult for them to overcome this fear. When my friends do not understand something, I try to explain, clarify. We learn from each other, we learn news. So propaganda is a terrible thing. We know that Russia learned how to develop propaganda, and it is their priority. They know how to do it. And they are professionals in propaganda. Indeed, there is the influx of propaganda in social media and media in general, a lot of lies, fake news, absurd news spread, sometimes unfortunately accepted by many. We emphasize this everywhere. This hybrid war has continued, and all the actions are premeditated by Russians. We claimed that blocking our eastern border works for the Kremlin. Hopefully, this is already behind us. To conclude this panel on a more optimistic note, in our chamber we've been trying to maintain this link between Ukrainian refugees with their home country. We've been trying to support cultural events. So Magda, let me give you the floor, because Magda met this challenge. Tell us about the event in Gdańsk that we plan to organize together with the Chamber. And thanks to your commitment, the event will be organized in July this year. Honestly speaking, when I joined in, I didn't treat it as a task to be done, to be implemented. There was a request, that there was a will and interest to organize the Baltic Opera Festival with Ukrainian Freedom Orchestra performing, and the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber assumed the patronage, and I helped co-organizing the event, and I've been doing this with much commitment and dedication, and I'm aware that it's going to be a nice event, not only at the Polish scale, but I don't remember which event of this series this is going to be, but we can expect distinguished European opera artists performing. So at the end of July, we're going to stage this event. I'd like to encourage you to come. If anyone would like to participate, tickets will not be available because this is a unique event. There will be invitations. We plan to develop the list of guests together with the Chamber. And there is a plan to invite women and children. and I already have an idea how to do that. The organizer wants to remember about women and children, and there are special places in the audience for this particular group. And at the end of July, in the shipyard in Gdynia. So the Ode to Joy will be performed by the Ukrainian Freedom Orchestra in July under the patronage of Lech Wałęsa and under the patronage of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much. Welcome in Gdańsk in July, and we'd like to wish all our Ukrainian friends the victory, much success, and we are with you and for you.
Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce.